Yeah, the fate of the mage that lets a monster get close to it. But yeah, I think Venom Mage is just garbage. I don't think that I should play Venom Mage. If I wanna do the plasma beam thing, maybe Fire Elementalist, Fire or Cinder Acolyte is also okay. Yeah, Venom Mage is not particularly fun to play now that attacks of opportunity are a thing that exists in the game. Um, I think that Venom Mage probably needs a little bit of a buff. I've been saying that for a while. Um, Nothing that makes it too crazy, the same way that it was when it had Ignite Poison. During the versions that it had Ignite Poison, it really was the best background in the game. Like anything could go Venom Mage, and it was good because either of the species, like for example Minotaur Venom Mage, Troll Venom Mage, or it was good because Venom Mage was that good of a background. Um, yeah, those were the versions for Venom Mage. I think that 0.26 was the last version that had that. Maybe it was 0.25. I'm not 100% sure, but if you want to go play them yourself to feel the difference in power, it really is quite notable. Yeah, Venom Mage has always had a very weird balancing. Like it's always been a very weird balancing act. Venom Mage. It's either too good or too bad, and I would say that right now it's too bad. And yeah, for quite a while it was also too bad. Um, Poisonous Vapors is a pretty okay spell, but it really needs something to be able to deal with monsters that are poison resistant. And when you mention that, people tell you Stink bypasses poison resistance, and you're like, to deal 3 damage versus a white that is like it doesn't make sense. It doesn't even have good range, so you can scratch the white to death hypothetically before it reaches you. Because like if it reaches you, you're probably super dead. Can be kind of annoying. Okay, we got Starburst. We are a Fire Mage. Now we are a Fire Mage with Starburst, which is gonna be pretty fantastic. That's gonna be a good thing to have for a while until we get the hype beam. Okay, we're gonna be getting fire magic, intelligence. Let me memorize a Scorch because I have some corridors here, and Scorch is much better than Foxfire when you're in corridors. Mm, Yeah, I think that this is better than Venom Mage because it just kills things faster. With Venom Mage, it can be quite difficult to kill things, as you already saw. I didn't pick up Meth, but I figured that Meth was a bit too expensive for me to want to get it. Um, Maybe if I had gotten it, I would have suffered a different fate. Okay, Mr. Sigmund with a Wonder Roots. I don't think Sigmund has haste, so I can just leave the level. Okay. I'll come back to kill Sigmund in a bit. Either when I have willpower or a bit of extra power. Still better than Chaos Knight? Yeah, definitely. CK can abandon some, but some just keeps on juggling your elbow. Makes CK a lovely background. That's pretty much how it works on main branch crawl. Like eventually some stops messing with you, but it does work like that. Like abandoning some is pretty much like worshipping some for a bit longer. Um, yeah, some rat and some worship are pretty much the same thing. Is what I'm trying to say. Oh, you got some all game if you start a Chaos Knight. So you get 2 gods. That's curious. I don't necessarily know if it's a good thing, but especially considering that it is some. If it was pretty much any other god, having 2 gods would be pretty broken. But some, I think that it would still be better than just having only some, you know? for obvious reasons. The other god might actually be actively helping you not die to whatever some throws at you. I used to like some a lot, and then some got nerfed, and the few games that I have played some after some got nerfed were extremely unpleasant to me in the sense that I just pressed O and now I'm surrounded by imps on like D2. Well, that doesn't feel very fun to me, and that's why I don't really like some as it is nowadays. I don't really think that it should be like that, because we go back to the thing that I was saying at the very beginning. I don't like it when something that I have spent so many hours on can just randomly destroy me for no good reason. In general, like I really don't like it if I feel that there is no counterplay, and I feel like there can be no counterplay to being out exploring in a corridor and being immediately surrounded by imps, unless you have teleport, and like that teleport might have been useful for another situation that you probably would have gotten to if you had not been a sun worshipper. So yeah. The high point was that some resurrected you on Sigurd 27, which was nice, but also some had set up the circumstances to get you killed. Oh yeah. That's like I feel like before it was more likely for some to actually help you. Um, I used to go some every now and then, and I do remember this one occasion where someone told me you wouldn't go some, and I was like, okay, I'll do it, and I won that game. It wasn't even that difficult, and some was super generous in that game. I think that game is on YouTube. That was before some got nerfed, of course. But yeah, like some used to give you many good things between the acquirements and good mutations. Like I feel like some was very likely to give you good mutations, pretty much like Jiba now. Except that obviously sometimes some also give you bad mutations. Jiva doesn't do that. I'm glad that Jiva doesn't do that because old Jiva used to do it, and I always thought that it was kind of lame for old Jiva to be able to give you bad mutations. Um, okay. Okay. Yeah, I was not too afraid because I had the Dagger of Venom. Mm, Between Scorch and the Dagger of Venom, this feels pretty nice. Um, okay, I don't like this situation. Yeah, okay, it would be a great time for the Phantom to blink me away. This is pretty bad. Okay, that's worthless. That's not worthless. Um, oh, I killed the Phantom. Gonna try to kill the Sleep Cap. Yeah, with my might. And then the Ice Beast. I was a bit too nervous about getting put to sleep there. Blink is pretty good. I'm gonna get that. Okay, I think that I have enough fire magic for a bit. We can probably get Blink now. 5 translocations will save me lots of consumables and headaches down the line. Some plus Rue. Sounds painful to me. I probably wouldn't do that to myself. But I can see how some people would like it because Apok. Yeah, when you say Rue, like I imagine the whole process before Apok, and I feel like what people imagine when you say Rue is Apok, and like sure Apok is nice, but to me the defining part of Rue worship is the fact that Rue forces you to submit yourself to some pretty messed up stuff in order to get Apok. If you want to get Apok, yeah, you have to go through all of that. And if you don't want to get through all of that, then there's no point worshipping Ru. And yeah, I like Ru and Lugonu are, in my opinion, very similar now, in the sense that they kind of force you to go through a very negative experience for some gain. In the case of Lugonu, the gain is not dying in the abyss, um, and in the case of Rui, the gain is Apok. But I don't know. I don't like it. If I was designing something for a game, I wouldn't do it like that. Is what I'm trying to say. Mm. Pros, you're not a big fan of Ruom. Pros, you could go Kaslal and just blow up everything on the screen with Disaster Area. I also don't like Kaslal. I think that they're probably tied in how much I dislike them, like Ru and Kaslal. I think that Kaslal doesn't really give you that much power to really deal with the condition that Kaslal places upon you. Um, and when it comes to Ru, well, I've already talked about Ru. Um, and you may be thinking, but Disaster Area is kinda incredible, right? And to that, I have two things to say. The first one is that Disaster Area requires crazy investment in invocations in order to truly be good. And the second one is that it also costs crazy amounts of piety, so it's not really something that you can spam. Where, on the other hand, Kaslal worship pretty much turns every level into a level where you could theoretically use Disaster Area because you're just gonna be fighting that many monsters. Um, but you cannot really afford to use Disaster Area every level, right? Like even though Castle gains or gives you piety, or you gain Castle piety from killing things, and you're gonna be killing a lot of things if you run around using Disaster Area. I don't think that it is enough to actually just be able to spam it every floor. Uh, Worst case scenario is that you use it with good invocations and everything, and it doesn't kill everything or even most of the things, so that you can finish them off on your own. With Ru, I don't really feel like that is an issue with Apok. Yeah, I would say that the conditions that Ru places upon you are way less bad than the ones that Kaslal does. But Ru, but it's still pretty bad. You know, it's still bad enough for me to not want to do it at all. Mm. Okay, I'm dying. Uh, of course. Okay, I took off the Ring of Poison Resistance. My bad. Okay, time to find heal wounds. There we go. Okay, just find heal wounds. And apparently don't take off the Ring of Poison Resistance. Yeah, I don't like Rings of Fire, or in general, like Rings of Fire Ice. I think that it's likely to get you killed because you're not gonna have some resistance that you're gonna need from your ring. Same goes for slaying. You know, it's I value slaying very lowly in the sense that I would prefer to have resistances before having slaying. For like assuming a melee character that just taps and stuff. Um, but if my resistances are sated, then slaying or stat rings would be pretty nice to have. It's just that such a thing does not happen very frequently. Mm. At least unlike Apoc, if Disaster Area doesn't do a job, you can just use it again. You have 20 Disaster Areas on Google Hero of Castle, 6 runes with Bone. Bone Rune of Sotis, Tartarus, right? Yeah, 6 runes with Bone. Bone and Golden. Oh, okay, I see. Those are some exotic runes to get on a run that's not a 15 rune run. Specifically Tartarus and Tomb. Yeah, Ereshkigal is probably the most dangerous of the Hell Lords because she has healing and silence. And also, of course, summon. I think she summons executioners. Or maybe she just has summon Greater Demon or summon Tsitsi Mito. Summon Tsitsi Mito, yeah. This combination of spells is so nasty. Um, Paralyze with half willpower, Torment, Silence, it's immutable. Like, Ereshkigal really is designed to straight up kill you if you get unlucky and get paralyzed. Um, More reasons to not do Extended. Punch Cool doesn't care so much, but they have Dispel on Death. This is still a pretty scary thing. Yeah, they have Dispel on Death. 3 dice of 32. Can't be blocked or dodged. Seems pretty bad to me in general. I think that we're probably okay, but yeah, I can see this getting bad because of the jacks, and of course I'm out of mana. I do have a potion of mana. I feel like I'm not playing very well today. I'm making some very questionable decisions. Okay, that's bad. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, this is really bad. I'm probably dead. Yep. Okay. Very questionable decisions. I also didn't have blinking or teleport once again. Unlucky. One more. If it doesn't happen, I think that I am going to play Rift Wizard. I have not had success with Ogres in recent times. It is not a good version for Ogres, to be completely honest. I don't really think that it is that they're in a good spot. Their main way of getting defense, which was a shield, got very, very nerfed. It's not that bad when you're playing a mage, but I also think that mages for some reason are not in as good of a spot as they used to be before. I cannot really point at the change that made mages worse. I don't know if it's just that melee is better now, because I think that at the start of the version, some of the devs did say that this was gonna be a version for melee characters, or like a version where melee characters would be better than they used to be. And well, apart from the shield nerf, I have indeed found some success playing melee characters in recent times, specifically swords dexterity characters with good defenses and good damage output. They have been enjoyable. On the other hand, mages, I feel like even when I am in SOT, playing a mage has been a bit of a struggle. Not the Firestorm mages, by the way, or the Behemoth worshippers. Those are definitely quite nice always. Tip of Gladiator and your true Leran Orc. How did that go? And also, what are you doing with your Deep Elf? Are you actually doing Gladiator stuff, or are you casting spells? Because if I got Deep Elf whatever from random character, I would go Behemoth. Yeah, it would be like immediate for me. Instant Behemoth worshipper. Last time you were in SOT, you were blowing everything up in Gooncrawl's Iskandude's Undoing. That sounds like another way to call, like another name for Absolute Zero. Is it really that? Is it just Absolute Zero, but in conjurations only? If so, I don't know. I never thought that Absolute Zero was like a good spell for the game. I'm a bit surprised by how many reworks or how many different iterations of a final spell Ice Magic has gotten. Yeah, the current one is kind of unsatisfactory as well. It is just Tornado, but in Ice Magic, which is not particularly cool in my opinion. It certainly is powerful, but it is not that cool. It fires 8 orbs of destruction, 1 to each compass point, but targeted on the nominal victim. Oh yeah, I know what you are talking about. It is very reminiscent of the orb card from Nemelex. I imagine that if you are casting it yourself, it can be significantly more useful than when you get it from Nemelex, because you can be in a corridor or just straight up in an arena you where you cannot mm, take advantage of it unless you know that it's coming. But if you're casting it, you know that it's coming. Yeah, that sounds okay. Is it a level 8 or level 9 spell? I don't, it's not gonna be a level 7 spell for obvious reasons. Orb of Destruction is a level 7 spell after all. Um, so yeah, level 8 or level 9. I think that it is not as powerful as to be a level 9 spell personally. Level 8 is what I would say, but you mentioned that it is a level 9. I don't know. Before doing all of that, like casting that spell, I would like get a bit of fire magic. Well, I say a bit, but a ton of fire magic and just get firestorm instead. It's probably, or it probably would be better, but I don't know. You are the one that have used it, so you probably know better. Each orb explodes in a Mystic Blast-like way. Okay. Hmm. Still, is it really level 9 worth? I am skeptical. Yeah, that's what I would say. I am very skeptical. Mm, things are going okay now. I think that Scorch is pretty fantastic. Mm, yeah, I wonder what happened with Ogre. It cannot be just that. Like, is it the combination of attacks of opportunity plus um, the nerf of shields that made Ogres bad? I don't know. Um, Maybe also the nerf to Ice Magic, because Ice Magic, I liked Ogre Ice Elementalist a bit when Ice Mage was good. Now that Frozen Ramparts checks armor class, I don't think that it is that good or good at all. Okay, this Quokka blocked me from the stairs. I'm probably dead here. I um I think that I could have played this better, like maybe stepped here, the Quokka would have followed me, and then I could have just surrounded it. But I figured that maybe I would be able to kill it with dabbing, but 60% chance to dodge my unskilled quarterstaff. Perfectly reasonable. Hmm. It would be nice to have a little mana. I do not have such a thing, so I have to use a potion if I don't want to die to this bullfrog. Pretty lame. You weren't disappointed? It's a bit like Dragon's Call. It can do amazing destruction, but it's not so good at killing a particular victim right now. Maybe that's what's happening, because I do like spells that let me kill a particular victim right now. Original Orb of Destruction is a good example. Iron Shot, Crystal Spear, Firestorm, spells like that. Chain Lightning, too. The spells that I like are the spells that let me do precisely that, now that I think about it. And on the other hand, I really don't like the spells that delay that, like summonings. I feel like when I cast a summon spell, unless it's Servitor, I am casting a spell that will potentially not do a lot or straight up anything. And yeah, it's not a particularly good feeling. I have to say that. Mm. I wonder if that's the temple entrance, because I see some fog. Run out of mana. Hep altar. Um, I think that I want to wield this heavy spear instead of the core stuff. How? Okay, it's really really slow, But it also deals more damage than the core stuff. A bit more damage. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be using this. Maybe I really shouldn't be using it, considering how crazy slow it is. Another. I don't like this temple, and I have gotten it like 4 times. I really don't like it because you cannot out-explore to the altar, so you have to search for Behemoth and then see what it is, and then go over here. Yeah, I don't like this one. I hope that it gets removed. Hmm. I'm a lot better at the game than you. Hmm. You will not have a stack of 5 unread scrolls. Yeah, that's probably one of my weakest points. I just often do not read my scrolls at the beginning of the game. So whenever the first moment that I get into a situation where I have to use consumables, I have a good chance of not finding the consumable before I die. That's how I have died today. Pretty much all of my deaths today have been exactly that, so I am aware. But I always forget it. I am aware, but I still forget it every time. Mm, I think that the ID minigame is a fundamental part of Crawl, but it really would help me win a lot more if it was straight up removed altogether. Um, yeah, I think that it would be much better for my win rate. If there was no ID minigame. If players just knew what resources and options they have access to the moment that they need them. Because sometimes you may have found ID too, and you may be carrying the tool that would save you, but you don't know that you're carrying the tool that would save you. Man, that helmet would be so good if I was not an ogre. Um, I think it would be nice if ogres could wear helmets, precisely so that I can wear the helmet that I just found. Yeah, I don't think that ID will be moved much more than where it is right now. ID on the things that were removed made sense because there was not really that much of a gameplay impact. If anything, it led to feels bad moments where you didn't want to wield the shiny thing or the artifact in fear that it would drain your stats or so. So it made sense to get rid of ID for those things. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to get rid of ID for consumables because it adds an extra strategic layer to the game. It still leads to feels bad moments when you read identify blinking and you're like, well, there goes my only scroll blinking. But it's not as drastic as just wielding a dagger and having it be a -2 dagger. Um, you brought back one ID, but they still stack, which makes the scrolls of ID important much longer. How does it work if you use an unidentified wand? Wouldn't it be immediately obvious? Or maybe it is because the um, the version of the game that I'm playing, like Stone Soup, um, doesn't have redundant effects for wands. Maybe it is that, but in a version that has multiple hex effects, for example, I can see ID being a bit more valuable for identifying ones, that is. Oh boy, we got some whites, and I have 7 scorches. Will I be able to kill 2 whites with 7 scorches? My guess is no, but we shall see how it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, look at that! I killed them with 5. Wow, okay. I'm gonna take it. And I'm also gonna pick up this halberd, the freezing. If I have to tab with something unskilled, I would rather tab with the enchanted and branded halberd. Use extra charges if unidentified. Oh, how it used to be Okay. Yeah, I remember that back in the day when that was a thing that was in the game, I didn't even bother to use identify on my ones and I just used them like that. Um, hmm. No, anti-magic ruins my character. I was thinking if I should wield that, but the answer is very easy, no. Um, Finding magic mapping, and yep. Feels bad moment when you use your only scroll blinking. Oh, acquirement. Feels good moment when you use your acquirement. Um, the bow is not terrible, but I don't like ranged weapons, period. I would pass on this on most characters. I think it's especially bad for my current character because anti-magic and Ogre has terrible ranged weapons skill, so I'm probably gonna be getting the gold unless this book has Plasma Beam, and it does have Plasma Beam, so we're gonna be getting the book because after all, the goal of today is to cast this spell, so we should train for that spell right now. Um, yeah, Hype Beam. Okay, now let's see if I can survive until the point where I can actually make use of it. With the way that things have been going, I would say that I am skeptical of that. Haven't really been playing well today. That came kind of close with a couple of good damage rolls that Orc Warrior could have deadly poisoned me. I could wait that out, but I really don't want to miss the gauntlet or like the Bailey. So let's see if I can find magic mapping. No, magic mapping resists me. Yeah, no magic mapping. Okay. Oh, I found it. Okay. It's a good thing that I didn't need magic mapping because I didn't have it. I was um, really close to the entrance of the Bailey. Okay, 22% chance to miscast. Um, it's gonna be nice when I have it. I also need 8 spellcasting so I can cast it a bit more. Right now I only have 15 mana, so as you can see, it's not really a lot of mana. Lots of zombies. It's unusual. These zombies are also like they have decent weapons, so kind of scary zombies. I can probably tap them with the halberd. It's probably not the safest thing to do, but if it's like a single orc warrior zombie um, with a halberd, I can probably deal with it. Yeah, what's up with this? Why is everyone dead here? Lots and lots of zombies. Okay, I am dying to the wolf zombies. Um, Plasma Beam is still not quite castable. I really am looking forward to that. Okay, got rid of one. There's one left. Got flight over water. I do have 2 flights, so I think that's the thing to do now. Yeah, okay. And now I can poke it with the halberd. The good old railbird strategy. I just gotta be careful not to um, have the flight wear off while I'm flying over water. Not something that I'll be able to do a lot of, but it did save me there. Um, who would have said that for wolf zombies was too much for my character at this point in the game? Dispel on death. Do I care? I think that fire magic also works pretty well to dispel on that, so I don't think that I will specifically need that. Not to mention that I also have the hype beam. Yeah, let's go. Nothing appears to happen? What? What do you mean? Oh, it's immune to electricity? No. Huh. How did it work? Or how does it work? Let me read it. Doesn't say anything about oh, the range is garbage. Why does it start with no range at all? I have not noticed that. Wow, it's pretty lame. Yeah, I think that it should just have full screen range from the very beginning. Would that be too broken? I really do not think so. Um, yeah, the range is gonna scale up with spell power, but it's still not good to have that range right now. Anyway, it seems that I cannot kill this thing. My best chance of killing it is finding Cirque. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's also fine. I need attraction now. Um, okay, that's worthless. Okay, I mean, I guess this is kind of Gito Cirque, but I cannot. Oh, come on. Okay, that's bad. That's really bad. Oh, yeah, I had a halberd. Hmm. Well, this is not good at all. I'm gonna drink haste because I think that it otherwise has a pretty good chance of killing me. Yep. Gargoyles are pretty nasty. They have enough armor class that you have such a hard time killing them if you don't get to use consumables the way that I did. Okay, these guys are killing me, but they're slow, so I can just walk away from them. They're also zombies, so I can just close the door and I'll be fine. Yep, still pretty dangerous position there. Too many halberd zombies. 7 vampire bats. It's a trap. Um, I opened the door that was, or the door into the room that was full of bats. Not great. Um, could be a lot worse, however. We could be opening the door into another gargoyle. Yeah, I would take 7 vampire bats before taking on 1 gargoyle again. The main issue here is that they're hitting me all at the same time, and Scorch, which is the thing that I'm using to kill things, is not really like if a Scorch hits everything that you can see that's within its range, like 1 at random, so I'm not focusing anything. I was still able to kill them all, fortunately. They had a hard time bypassing my 8 armor class. Mana Regen, Orb of Mayhem. I like the Mana Regen. Give me that. The Orb of Mayhem, on the other hand, I will most likely not care too much about that. It's not a particularly good thing. Um, I have died in the past from using an Orb of Mayhem. Okay, Plasma Beam. Uh-huh. And again. Huh. The Fiery Plasma. Oh, the Bolt of Lightning misses the Vampire. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. So it's two bolts of 1 dice of 33. So not terrible. It's like multi-sapping everything. Um, the spell, you cannot target it. It hits whatever's farthest away from you. Um, Vampire Halberd. I did think about picking it up, but I don't think that I don't think that this character will care about weapons at all. Like you may be seeing me right now with this halberd of freezing. It's only really a placeholder for when I find something that is actually worth using for my character. Um, okay, I think the range got slightly better. No, it's still pretty lousy range. I need more spell power. I wonder how much spell power do you need for full range? Mm, Man, this spell is good. Yeah, it deals crazy high damage. Doesn't check conjurations. I think that if I had it for the gargoyle, I would have been okay. Um, Now that I have it, yeah, we are probably on track for a pretty pleasant game. Oh, Stone Arrow. Ooh, Stone Arrow. I really want that. But I'm gonna train for Plasma Beam. Yeah, right now we're using a new spell that's called Plasma Beam. Plasma Beam is a spell that targets the thing that's farthest away from you and hits it with 2 bolt spells. It's kinda strong. Hmm. This might be a bit of a problem situation. Cannot kill this thing fast enough. I guess I can try to tab it, but I know that it's gonna not end very well. Or maybe it will. Alrighty. Trying to kill everything there with Scorch would have probably killed me. Was Plasma Beam just recently introduced into the game? Yes, like 2 days ago. It replaced Lightning Bolt. Yeah, Lightning Bolt was replaced for Plasma Beam, which is lightning or air magic and fire magic. It's not a conjuration for who knows what reason. Um, and it shoots 2 bolts, 1 bolt of lightning and 1 bolt of fire. And it's okay. Yeah, so far it's okay. Max value, look at that. It hits so many things. This lair entrance is horrible. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. It was only kind of bad. But I do have a level 5 spell that was not part of my starting kit. So I think that with my normal farm mage spells, I would have struggled quite a bit. Alrighty. We got 10 fire and air magic. Now I'm gonna get maybe even 10 spell casting, so I have good mana. Yeah, the range scales with spell power. So as you can see, it gained 1 range now. It starts with pretty lame range if you don't have that much spell power. I can tell you that. Poisonous vapors. Do I have ignite poison? No. Okay. I don't think that I want poisonous vapors if I don't have ignite poison. I'm gonna pass on it. After this, after 10 spell casting, I'm gonna train 15 fighting, I think. But then after that, I think that I should get Stone Arrow. For now, it really should be enough with Plasma Beam. Like a roided Searing Ray? I mean, it's a beam spell. It's a beam spell. That just casts 2 beams. It's nice. %4 chance to miscast. I think that you get the spell enhancement for Vehumet at 3 pips of piety. I recently found out that Ashensari was nerfed. The trap neutralizing was moved very far at 4 pips of piety, which is a pretty crippling nerf to Ashensari, I would say. Probably one of the worst nerfs that I've seen to any god, because that ability, like, it's something that you really want to have as early as possible. Getting shafted to D8 or so after worshipping Ashensari on D5 can probably kill you. And Ashensari before would have prevented it, but not anymore. Yeah, pretty lame. Yeah, I did that because I wanted to see if it was gonna hit two different monsters. Hmm. But no, I think that the two beams that are cast are gonna go always in the same direction. Um, okay, I feel like it's dealing some pretty okay damage. Um, but the damage is wildly variable. That's an important thing to keep in mind. Am I going to die to Jax again? I mean, I would certainly prefer not to, but I don't know if this is a particularly survivable position. I guess I can do that. Okay, now we're fine. We're fine. There we go. Plasma beam, so early. Um, I got it off of an acquirement. If it had not been for the acquirement, I wouldn't have plasma beam. Um, I would probably be doing something else because after all, I think I do have Starburst. Oh no, it was a previous character. Okay, that thing about mixing up options that characters have when you play multiple runs in the same day really is kicking off today. But yeah, that character with Starburst was, or it had so much potential. It had blinking as well, so I had some pretty good stuff. Mm. Oh, I didn't get Poisonous Vapors because I said I don't have Ignite Poison, and here we go. Ignite Poison is here. By the way, all three stars were in the middle of the level. Extremely nasty. Not a fan of level generation like this so early into the game. Okay, found a scroll blinking, which is really, really nice. Mm, mm, well, I ended up fighting the entirety of the level in one go, so sure. Okay, this looks better than the halberd for sky weapon purposes. Yeah, poison resistance from the sword is nice. I could theoretically also wear a Ring of Fire now if I happen to come across one without giving myself weakness to cold. Yeah, I think that this plasma beam thing is pretty cool. Okay, these are real Yaktars. It's not too early into the game for me to be finding these. I think that, like, sure they deal more damage. They actually deal kinda very high damage. But since they're not as fast as centaurs, they're perfectly manageable. There was also no Yoctor Captain. The Yoctor Captain is always the one that hits the hardest. It is significantly more powerful than the normal Yoctors. Um, so yeah, D10 Yoctors, not really as much of an issue as you would think. Except maybe if you're a Chevriel's worshipper, in which case you're probably gonna die. But yeah, if you have the opportunity to make it so that they do not shoot at you, they're not really that difficult. Not as scary as centaurs. LRD. Did I get Ignite Poison? Did I memorize that? I did. I did. Okay. Everything is fine. Ignite Poison opens up a world of possibilities. I can now get Poisonous Vapors and Toxic Radiance and Noxious Bulk. You know, the poison package. And since the poison package uses fire magic and air magic, as Gluten mentioned yesterday, like it really fits. But I don't think that the correct way to go at it is to start a Venom Mage because I don't think Venom Mages are good. And that was my mistake earlier today, trying to start a Venom Mage. I have had a lot more success now that I have been playing Fire Mages. up to the point where I already have the spell. Yeah. Mm. All right. I think that Plasma Beam still makes crazy noise. That was one of the most emblematic features of Lightning Bolt. The crazy amounts of noise. And yeah, it does. It's one of the loudest spells in the game. So I'm playing Castle mode pretty much. Should probably be a bit careful with that. Starburst? I think Starburst is definitely worth picking up. And I have crazy spell slots, so sure. I should have also picked up LRD, by the way. LRD is important to have by bolts on spellcasters, since gargoyles, there are war gargoyles and other monsters like that are pretty dangerous. Um, oh, come on, really? I wanted to hit it ultra. Mm, okay, there we go. I literally one-shot it ultra. The first attack barely dealt any damage, but this time I got some good rolls, so that was fine. I still was playing a bit with fire there by doing that too at ultra. I think the correct thing to do is to just not fight at ultra in that position. Um, yeah, I cannot really justify it. It's not like I had willpower or anything. I was gonna get banished and then proceed to be kinda tilted about it. Um, The positional aspect of this spell is interesting. I have to say that. Sometimes you maneuver your line of sight in such a way that the monster that you want to hit is the one that you will hit, and I think that's pretty cool. No, 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 no. We are not gonna be equipping that in the vicinity of a gargoyle. Leave the level, put on my troll letter, and then drop the rope. And the Orb of Mayhem, we're also not gonna be using that. It's likely to get me killed. Huh. The lightning bolt did not bounce on the wall. Do they just not bounce? Or like is a lightning bolt that this spell makes special? And it's not gonna bounce off of walls. If so, that's pretty lame. I think that everyone liked spells bouncing off of walls. I personally did like specifically Bolt of Fire and Bolt of Cold bouncing in Crystal. And when Starburst was introduced into the game and it was made so that it can only hit you if it bounces off of a wall, I found that to be kind of lame and underwhelming. Taking a bit of a break to stretch. Okay, there we go. You think Plasma Beam just stops at its final target so it can't fire past people? Mm, I still think that's kind of a scam because you do have extra range after all. Okay, let me see if I have done the entirety of the dungeon. Yeah, this time I didn't get any ridiculous enemies that forced me to skip a level. No Sigmund, no the one Dubesa, no Grinder. Yeah, sure, let's go do Lair. I think that I will be able to do that with not that much difficulty because I have some pretty good options. Yeah, options is the better word to use here. Um, we don't need this, but we want to use this. Scrolls of Summoning. I don't think that I have still... Oh no, I already found magic mapping. Okay, it's gonna be nice if we get a gauntlet here. Let me go pick up this immolation. Plasma beam quad hits would be very satisfying. Yeah, it would be pretty cool, especially considering how hard it would be to set up. I don't think the bolt of fire would bounce unless it's crystal, um, but the lightning bolt should bounce in pretty much every surface that is not metal. That's how it always worked. Um, if you think about it, is one of the like it's a feature that's like mm, something that I would not really think about when I think about crawl and how it doesn't really go out of its way to remove those ancient features, but it is something that feels very old-time roguelike to me. Um, wow, these wolf spiders are so scary. Why am I in Lair 2 anyway? Lair 1 was almost devoid of monsters, I see. Huh. Well, this guy is pretty scary. I might die to this guy. Ouch! Wow, yeah, it's pretty scary. It's just destroying me. Lair 2 wolf spiders. Such fun. Well, if it's between blinking and dying, I think that blinking is probably the way to go. But I'm not 100% sure. Maybe dying would be better because blinking or running out of blink, which is exactly what just happened to me. It is only a prelude to dying. It means that the next time you have to blink, you won't have the ability to do it, and then you're gonna die. Um, yeah, Lightning Bolt was really an old-time spell. Like the idea of lightning bouncing out of walls is definitely old design. Not necessarily obsolete design. I think that even in this age of attacks of opportunities is still, or like not attacks of opportunity, but this age of positional magic is still a very exotic and interesting feature for a spell to have. It certainly is compatible with the idea of positional magic. Mm, so I think it's kind of surprising that it got removed or reworked into this. Mm, I think it probably did because of the thing that I always mention when I play with bolt spells, which is that the moving around and stuff is can be kind of annoying, like moving the cursor so much. I still have servers, so I'm glad that I didn't forget about it and I picked it up before it was removed. Mm, yeah, I know that I mentioned it yesterday, but I'll mention it again. I finally bought my Steam Deck. My cousin will bring it to me when he comes here in June. He will receive it in 2 weeks or so, I suppose. Um, and yeah, like I'm very excited for that. I will carry it with me when I go see family and friends, and we can play fighting games and that kind of thing. It's gonna be amazing. Yeah, very much looking forward for that. Um, I think that it can also be something to do, on the toilet or something. Like, there's definitely some games that are very well suited for specifically the Steam Deck. One of the games that I'm thinking of is Rabi Ribi specifically. I want to play that. I want to replay it, and when I'm on the PC, I don't really feel like it's time to play it, but with the Steam Deck, I am sure that I can play it in like maybe public transportation or so. I don't know. Mm, I maybe like maybe I shouldn't pull it out in public transportation. Just in case it gets damaged in one way or another. Um, but I can certainly use it at the houses of friends and family. Yeah, really looking forward to it. Mm, okay, the volcano is very far away from where I am. Some games truly suit us to toilet time. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Something that I'm also curious about is Rift Wizard in the Steam Deck. I think that one of the first things that I'll try is Rift Wizard in the Steam Deck. Um, it's gonna be nice to be able to have it so that I can show it to people and tell them this is probably one of the best games on the Steam Shop, if not straight up just the best game on the Steam Shop. Um, the variety of damage in Plasma Beam is nice because with a normal fire spell I wouldn't have been able to kill um, the salamanders there, but Plasma Beam can absolutely do it. This should not go to 7, this should go to 12 so I can cast the Starburst. But I should also pick up Stone Arrow. What is it? Did I already learn it? No, 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 no. There it is. Okay. I'll put that on the quiver eventually. I think that I'm gonna indeed train it to 7, but only because I want Stone Arrow. Eventually, it shall go to 12, so I can cast a Starburst. Stone Arrow takes priority, however. I need Starburst that badly. Plasma Beam is definitely holding up pretty well at this point. Mm. Okay, so the thing that I am interested in doing with Plasma Beam, oh, I was gonna tell you, I'm going to target, but with Plasma Beam you don't target, so not targeting. I was thinking of targeting the wall behind the monster the same way that I would do with Lightning Bolt, but yeah, cannot do that. Close the door. The fire is gonna get in. It feels pretty strong. When you get a good roll, it definitely feels like you're kind of cheating. But at the same time, it is very early into the game. It's not the kind of thing that you would get this early stage of the game. So I think that I would attribute um, the power feel that I'm getting from the spell to that, to the fact that I got it pre-layer. Okay, before I get out here, let's make one more check. Nothing interesting for my character, nothing that I would like to carry, only weapons. We're not really going to be using weapons. The mechanic of Plasma Beam reminds you of Demon Spawn Blood Saint's legendary destruction spell where they cast multiple elemental AoEs simultaneously. Yeah, it is also like Deal 4, very reminiscent of that. Deal 4 destruction also does something like that. I think that the legendary destruction from the Blood Saint is literally deal 4. Well, it's not deal 4, right? Like it just shoots 2 beams. Um, well, it's something like that. I do understand what you're talking about. Um, Man, that makes me want to play Nemelex. It's been a while since I've played Nemelex. Let's see. When was the last time that I played Nemelex? Let's see. Last game. Nine Settler. Nem 1. The bot says that it was in May 19th. So yeah, I knew that it had been a while since I had one on MLX character. I didn't expect it to be that long ago. Almost a year ago. So yeah, I definitely will be playing one of those next week. Because I'm probably gonna be playing a Heal Orc. After all, Heal Orc of Nemelex is really easy mode. Someone in my YouTube said so, and I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. You take a Heal Orc, which already has crazy good aptitudes for not doing god-related things, and you add god-related things, which they also have incredible aptitudes for, and you can have a pretty strong character with really strong ranged options without having to go for magic or Or make the sacrifices that mages normally have to do, you know, not wearing very heavy armor and that kind of thing. Okay, Plasma Beam has been absolutely wonderful in this situation. Yeah, this is pretty crazy strong. Okay. That was pretty crazy. Between Behemoth and well, between Behemoth and Plasma Beam, I was able to just go almost infinite on mana there. Pretty fantastic. Yeah. Um, okay, so far Plasma Beam has absolutely my seal of approval. When I read about the spell, I didn't really expect to dislike it. So yeah, it is being exactly what I expected it to be. Gotta hope that you don't hit me with a lot of attacks of opportunity. There we go, just maneuvering around a bit to hit all of the guys at the same time. Okay, I got Stun Arrow. I can put that on the quiver now. Next thing to train for is Conjurations. We're gonna be getting 12 Conjurations now and 12 Fire Magic. So we can cast Starburst. Maybe a bit redundant with Plasma Beam, but I would like to think that Starburst is for when Plasma Beam is a dangerous thing to use because it makes crazy noise, or for when Plasma Beam is just undecidable to use because Starburst would hit more stuff. Let's say that I am surrounded or something like that. Starburst would be way better than Plasma Beam in such a situation. Mm. For example, right here, Plasma Beam wouldn't really be as good. I have to reposition a lot. Um, hmm. I hadn't really thought about it, but Plasma Beam would be bad with Che. I would not recommend you, or I would recommend you not to get this spell if you're a Che Brea's worshipper. It requires a lot of moving, more than you would expect from positional magic spells. Mm, Maybe it's also the fact that I am not that experienced with the spell. That could also be a possibility. And once you know what you are doing with the spell, there's not that much moving around. But for now, at least, it definitely gives me that a vibe of having to move around much more than you would for a normal attack of or like a normal positional magic spell. Um, this is not great. Okay, this is fine. Took me 4 tries to charm this polar bear. Only for it to die very shortly afterwards. It's fine. Okay. It was kinda janky. I did feel like in that situation, had I been casting Starburst instead of Plasma Beam, it would have been better. But it's perfectly fine. By the way, I ran out of Wand of Flame there. It really doesn't matter because if I need Steam, I have Starburst. So in whatever my watery branch is, we're not gonna be running into issues generating steam. Mm, Ice statue. Really makes me wish I had LRD. It is out of range for plasma beam, but not for starburst, so we can just use that until it dies. And yeah, there we go. It is gone. I wonder what this is. It's not acquirement and it's not blinking, but it is fear. I thought that it was well worth it to use a scroll of ID on that scroll on that unidentified scroll because it's the first one that I have seen. So I suspected that it was something a bit rare. What do we have here? Nothing too exciting, definitely. Do I have Blink? Because Blink would be a good thing for me to use right now. I like blinking into this. Whenever I see a vault like this, instead of using a potion of light, I just blink around until I get in there. Probably the kind of thing that is not quite compatible with Crawl's design philosophy, but if the game lets me do it, I'm gonna do it for sure. Alrighty. Sky Shark. Apparently, Sky Sharks have not been particularly liked by people in Reddit. Probably because they're pretty scary. Because, to be completely fair, they absolutely are a really scary enemy. Pretty strong, too. Okay. I think that as a mage, I don't really have as many issues as I have come to expect from Sky Sharks. It turns out that them being melee ranged makes them significantly less scary when you are capable of great amounts of damage from afar. Sky Sharks got nerfed from their initial implementation. Let me inspect the Sky Shark. I think that for a day or two when they were implemented, they were more prone to going crazy, to berserking. But now I don't think that I ever got to play with those Sky Sharks with that version of them. Was searching for something to kill the basilisk, but I don't think that I found anything. Okay, some pretty questionable damage rolls there for Plasma Beam. I went for it 4 times and it didn't kill the Boulder Beetle. The Boulder Beetle, like, it only has armor class and that's it. I think that I should have been able to kill it, but alas, it is what it is. Let's get out of there. Well, it took me 5 stun arrows to kill that between misses and straight up bad damage rolls. Okay, yeah, the noise that you make with plasma beam is pretty crazy. Makes a lot of noise. Yeah, this guy is making me use a Starburst. If it was not for that, I would stick to Plasma Beam. Okay, beautiful. It was a pretty good thing that I found all of that while still being under the effect of the Potion of Brilliance. Brilliance and Behemoth go hand in hand. Like, I think that if you use Brilliance with Behemoth, as a worshipper of Behemoth, you're not gonna run out of mana. Like, you can fight endlessly, and you're not gonna run out of mana. The way that Brilliance works is that it halves your spell cost, and Behemoth gives you back mana. The Behemoth mana regain can be so strong that you can get fully refunded or even make mana out of casting some high level spells if you kill enough things. So combine that with Brilliance, and you're going to be making a lot of mana back whenever you kill stuff. Kill enough stuff every turn, and you can just go infinite. Pretty good, in my opinion. Alrighty. Now that I have this, I think that my next thing to do is to wait until I find a poison spell and proceed to get Seth poison spell so I can use Ignite Poison. I'm probably gonna wait for Noxious Bog, but the moment that I get Noxious Bog, like I'll get it and I'll use it. Same goes for Statue Form. If I get Statue Form, I'll also get it and I'll also use it. We're gonna be getting a bit more spellcasting, and then after that, I think we get a bit more fighting. Yeah. Another thing that would be very good for my character to receive would be a shield. Ideally, a tower shield. But a kite shield would also be nice. Stepping stone for the tower shield. Walk before running and that kind of thing. Okay, in this situation, Plasma Beam has been pretty good because Starburst wouldn't hit everything. Plasma Beam does hit everything. That doesn't look like the kind of situation that I can deal with very easily and happily as of right now. So maybe I should leave those guys alone. It helped quite a bit that they were petrified by the Catoblepas, so I can retreat without much issue. And I have good mana now, so I can just kill them both. Or, well, I guess I can also miss like 5 times on the Hellhound. That's also a thing. Okay. So, Sky Shark, lots of HP. It can bite for up to 20 to become enraged if blood is drawn. So I think that in order to get buffed, it needs to deal damage with this attack. But I don't think it gets buffed every time. I think that it is random. The game can be pretty opaque at times with how it works when it comes to these miscellaneous things. And I think that probably the policy should be to just not be in a position where that can happen at all if you don't want it to happen. Ouch. Okay. That was not terrible. Not terrible. I did get a bit scared when I took a lot of damage that one turn, but I knew that if I just stuck to what I was doing, I was gonna emerge victorious. Lots of small bolts in this Lair 5. I think that maybe the generation of this bolt right in the middle of the level kind of ruined everything for the level generator, so it gave me this super weird looking Lair ending with the swamp bolt and it used to be the dog bolt because all the monsters there were like wolves and wargs, but now it is the bear bolt because it has a lot of bears. Running a deep elf, fire elementalist, baiting Behemoth to give me plasma beam, and he gave me Jar's violent unraveling for your 5 level spell. Behemoth can give multiple X level spells. It's not like Jin. Yeah. Behemoth also goes down sometimes. Like you can get a level 7 spell and then you can get a level 5 spell or so. It's not as drastic as it is with Jin. So you still have a good chance of receiving that. Like for example, in this character, I have gotten Fireball and Starburst. I got Starburst and then I got Fireball. I think that I have Fireball right now. Yeah, but I got Starburst before these. So that's exactly what I am talking about. Um, okay, normally I wouldn't have fought that without the resistance, but I'm pretty powerful. It's not like I'm a melee character that will take forever to kill even something with like 100 HP. In that sense, I like mages a lot. Or rather, I like mages a lot because of that. I should say, it is really cool to be able to kill things fast. Really something that melee characters don't often get the chance of doing, unless they're transmuters, in which case they're not really only melee characters. Um, okay, I don't think that we're ever gonna use this. And this is probably better than See Invisible. I don't think that I have to fear unseen horrors. I wonder how this works with unseen horrors. Does it just ignore them because you cannot see them? Or does it, like, maybe it is like so many spells recently and it leaks information to the player by targeting a random tile and you're like, what is it even targeting? And so you know that there's an unseen horror there. Um, Yeah, Behemoth is a great mage goth. I absolutely recommend it. Behemoth is probably the thing that made me stick with Crawl for as long as I have. Um, yeah, it's been 12 years now. I started in 2011. Now it's 2020, 23. Yeah. Mm, what do we train for? I guess fighting. Like, I don't really have a Noxious Bog yet. I will get it eventually, and when I do, I'll train for it. For now, I think that there is an interesting argument to be made for training transmutations. Yes, since after all I do have Irradiate, but do I need Irradiate is my question and the main reason why I haven't done it. Do I need it? I would go as far as to say that I do not need it. I have a pretty nice assortment of good spells to use. Maybe I should be training evocations, however, so that I can do stuff when I almost inevitably run out of mana. Mm, Maybe I should also limit my usage of Plasma Beam because it is so loud. Yeah, sometimes it attracts unwanted attention right after I just finished a fight and I'm low on mana. I got Swamp Scales, I think, but I haven't put them on, and I am not sure if I want to put them on at all because I like the regen from the Troll Leather Armor. Regen is a really good property to have. Mm, yeah, better than a teeny tiny bit of extra armor class, I think. If I really wanted the armor class, I would just enchant the troll letter that I have right now, which is not even that unreasonable of a thing to do when you have access to magic, because I am a big fan of doing that precisely and then eventually taking it off and or like not taking it off, eventually casting statue form and having it melt, and then when you on statue form, it goes like the regen comes back. So yeah. And I also like walking around with lots of regen, and if I am using mana regen as well. In fact, when I am a spellcaster, I prefer mana regen over normal regen because more often than not, that's the one bar that goes down very frequently whenever you're fighting. But having both is definitely great. Sometimes it can be a difficult thing to get. Oh, okay, Unseen Horror. It works. It doesn't leak information to the player, but it works. You can use Plasma Beam on invisible monsters. That's a very nice thing. Uh, okay. Is it full screen range? No. Okay, not yet, but it can be full screen range. good thing to know about. Or maybe it is only likely to be full screen range because I am with Behemoth. Or is it only possible for it to be full screen range? You know what I meant. Mm. That's an interesting thing that I hadn't thought of. Maybe I'll have to get this spell on a non-Behemoth character in the future. Man, all these things I should have done on my previous character. But was it a Behemoth character too? I think it was also a Behemoth character, so... Oh. Never mind then. I don't think that we're gonna be using rocks or javelins with this character. And we can disable the auto pickup for these. And it's perfectly fine. Killed by Minotaur. Ooh. Did you not have good spells to deal with the Minotaur? Or did you just get unlucky rolls? The Minotaur can be difficult to kill sometimes, especially on a character that just doesn't have good damage output. Some mages can definitely be in that situation early on. Okay, Unseen Horror. Plasma Beam. Plasma Beam. Plasma Beam. Yeah. Plasma Beam is pretty good at killing Unseen Horrors, it seems. Well, maybe not pretty good, but it is definitely a spell that you can use to kill Unseen Horrors or other on the invisible monsters that you do not know where they are. I specifically mention Unseen Horrors because they're like since they have batty movement, it can be pretty difficult to know for sure where they are. Oh, I got Noxious Bog from Behemoth. I was thinking that I was gonna get it from the floor, but if Behemoth provides it, let that be the way then. I got marked. That's pretty bad. I am tempted to cancel it, or I would if I had one. I probably do, however. Degen and cancel. Experience. Okay. Let's try to not die here so I can make use of that. Ambrosia. I'm running low on HP, so sure. Ambrosia. Gonna drink Curing to get rid of these. Starburst. Starburst again. One more time. Alrighty. You know, considering the current situation, I think that it is not unreasonable to use Brilliance and then try to gain back some mana using Plasma Beam. Plasma Beam is probably not the best on these guys. Resistance to electricity. Let's go for Starburst instead. You checked for poison resistance gear, didn't have any, so you used Meth. It didn't get confused. Oh, that's so unlucky. It generally, like, consistently confuses the Minotaur. Meth. Yeah, I would also go for that. I would probably start panicking super hard if it doesn't get confused in one or two actions. But yeah, Meth is normally an answer to the Minotaur, an answer that I often do not get myself. But yeah, it's crazy to be an ogre and have crazy fighting aptitude. Like, I saw the message, your fighting skill increases to level 18, and I like the first thought that I had is something wrong is happening here. But no, it's just I'm an ogre. That's just the thing. Maybe being an ogre is the wrong thing, unfortunately, but that's just how ogres operate. Okay, I like that a lot. Yeah, any spell that can get rid of a Skeletal Warrior Band is a spell that I like. It's not a terrible War Axe, but it's not great either. I think that I like my poison resistance. I'm thinking if I want to carry this around and use it. The 9 mana is definitely appealing, and I do not need the resistances that I am currently getting from what I have, so sure. I will eventually need them, but for now, we can use the better thing. Yeah, the 9 mana is nice. It gives me more leniency to end fights. Very useful thing. You did learn that run that Poisonous Vapors is very funny with your favorite spell, Inner Flame. Oh yeah, it is. It has really good synergy, Poisonous Vapors and Inner Flame. Especially now that Inner Flame is smite targeted. It used to not be smite targeted for like the longest time. So using it was kinda difficult to have it, get large amounts of value. But now it absolutely is smite targeted, and that is great. Very, very nice indeed. How much damage is this thing dealing? 1 dice of 47. Yeah, I just keep getting surprised that it one-shots things that I wouldn't really expect it to one-shot, like that Cyclops earlier. And also do note that when I say it deals 1 dice of 47, it actually means 2 dice of 47 because it fires 2 beams. Some pretty good range so far. And yeah, I think that Vehumet range extension does affect this spell. Just like it would affect Starburst. I think that's exactly how it is. I should disable auto pickup for Rings of Positive Energy. I should really, really do that. Like just go to my RC file and add a line of text there that disables those from being picked up. When was the last time that I put on one of those anyway? Why is there a Broth Mother in there? It's kind of a scary thing, the Broth Mother. Bites for 40 to summon a spider and big HP. Extremely spooky. Yeah, don't do that. Ouch. Fear? Yeah, that worked. Alrighty, what is this? Orb spider. Did we get rid of the Broth Mother? It was a shapeshifter. Okay. Nasty, nasty shape for the shapeshifter to be in. I think that now maybe we get evocations. Yeah, I've been talking about evocations for a bit. I just say that because I would like to have the blink right now. I don't have enough mana for that. Come on, kill the Skeletal Warrior. It did not. Okay, that's not good. I don't have blinking. Do I have heal wounds? I do. I also just leveled up, so I would like to drink the potion of experience. Yeah, before I die, let's drink the potion of experience. That also, funnily enough, gives me enough experience to try to blink, and I do succeed, but it's not enough. The Boulder Beetle barely misses you. They must have lost crazy amounts of accuracy because I feel like they're not really that threatening when they're rolling nowadays. Ouch. Please. Thank you. Okay. 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 I don't think it's gonna reach me. I can just read a scroll of poison. Sure. Alrighty. Great. That was a bit scary, but funnily enough, even the act of drinking the potion of experience there was part of my survival. Like, I was drinking it because I don't want to die with a potion of experience in my inventory, but it ended up saving me. Yeah, things got pretty scary. Skeletal warriors, Okay, that's it for D15. I forgot to do orc, so I am going into orc as an experience level 17 character. after doing D15. We have a non-hard ice cave, so an easy ice cave. Um, Hopefully we can get a cloak of cold resistance, because we don't have a cloak. Fingers crossed. You know, there's times where I don't want to play crawl, and then there's times like the recent ones where I want to play a good amount of it. Um, Whenever I want to play crawl, it's so much easier to stream. But the times where I don't want to play crawl are pretty difficult for me and the stream. Yeah, fortunately I've been motivated to play crawl recently. Mm. Can you tell where the time portal spawns? If you mean if I can see it in the map, I can see it. Um, I don't know what it is from the very beginning, but if I am in, did I get shafted or something? I must have gotten shafted. Oh no, here it is. Yeah, for some reason in the console map right now it's not there, but normally it is there. Um, you can see the thing if you read magic mapping or so. Yeah, it's gonna appear right there. Or what do you mean by that? Look like I moved towards the time portal. Like it's not very difficult to find them in Orc because there's usually only one path. So you just go towards the one path that's open, and you're gonna find it. That or it will be in a part of the level that is currently inaccessible to you. In which case, magic mapping or no magic mapping, you're probably not gonna get to it. Okay. If you're wondering why I'm fighting a million things, is because I used the plasma beam spell. It makes so much noise. I wish it didn't. That's probably its greatest weakness, the fact that it makes crazy noise. The same amount of noise that lightning bolt did. Oh, by the way, also thank you for the follow, India. I appreciate it. I hope that you like Crawl. I like Crawl. Crawl is a pretty nice game. I'll pick this up. I'll put that on. Look at this ring. Look at this ring. I think that this ring even deserves this. Not TV/Midnight Sumo. Yeah, the sumo stream is called Midnight Sumo, so we can definitely shield for the sumo stream in the Ring of Midnight. I'll put that on immediately. It's great. It really is a ring of your resistances are fixed for the rest of the game. It's amazingly good. I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna put it on. I'll do it. I'll do it now. Do we lose 4 armor class? I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's okay. We have Crystal Plate of Cold Resistance, but the true achievement here is this Ring of Midnight. Yeah, probably one of the best rings that I'll see in the whole year. It's crazy strong. A Draconian in a non-difficult ice cave. Okay. Not that difficult or dangerous to deal with. I mean, I guess it does deal a lot of damage with its cold breath, and I do have cold resistance, so whatever. Yeah, I can also wield this for a bit, because it gives me more cold resistance. But yeah, my resistances went from being non-existent to being this at the cost of 4 armor class. I would say that it was worth it. Um, Yeah, I just decided to do it right now so that I don't forget to do it later. Um, I was gonna use that Staff of Earth with resistance to electricity, which, by the way, maybe should just have that by default. If you think about it, the Staff of Earth is the only staff that does not give resistances. It doesn't give you anything, so other than the spell enhancement. So having it have resistance to electricity makes sense because ground, and it would be a nice buff to that specific item to bring it more up to par with its counterparts. I guess it could also theoretically could give armor class, but I would prefer it if it gave resistance to electricity. Um, but then you would have two staves that give resistance to electricity. Yeah, no idea then. But maybe it needs a little bit of a buff. There's no reason for it to be just worse than the other ones. Oh, caravan. How much money do I have? I have a lot of money. Okay, caravan it is. Sure. No complaints here. I should stop using that spell immediately upon entering a level. I am creating for myself the same experience that I don't like from Castlal, just like being immediately surrounded by enemies every time you enter a level. Uh, the Staff of Earth does deal damage on part with a fully enchanted Evening Star when you skill Earth to 27. Yeah, like all other enhancer staves also deal crazy damage. I don't think that's specifically a highlight to notate for the Staff of Earth. Mm, I really want to see the caravan. I'm kind of scared about, or like when it comes to the current situation. I'm just taking too much damage from too many dudes. I think that maybe this is what I have to do: Potion of Brilliance and. Oh, come on, two misses? Two misses on the High Priest. Why do I bother casting Stone Arrow? That's not true. Stone Arrow is a great spell, but still, it definitely hurts to have that happen, especially in a situation um, as tense as this one. Yeah, I struggled a bit to find the correct word to use. We need to wield this. And then we need to blink away from that guy, because that guy has distortion. How much damage does this deal with Brilliance? One dice of 57. Not terrible. Not terrible. It's not very high because I don't have a lot of intelligence, nor a lot of skill. There's also that. Behemoth gave me Arc Jolt. I don't think that I care too much about Arc Jolt. What I do care about is finding that thing. Yeah. Okay, where is it? What is the thing? I don't see it. This is unusual. I don't see it on the map. Did I already... Okay, oh, that's why I was not seeing it. Okay, that's pretty annoying. I am not a big fan of that being a thing that can happen. I don't need to drop anything because I barely have anything in my inventory. Acquirement, blinkings. Okay, more valuable than the acquirement. Weapons. Maybe this. Probably also I will buy the the potions of mana. Okay, I'll buy all of these. Yeah, that's the easiest one. You know, it would be cool to get like a hat or something. I'm walking around literally with only troll leather armor equipped. No helmet. Well, helmet restricted. No cloak. Gloves unavailable, boots unavailable, and no shield. Talking about that, I am already training shields because I want to wear the tower shield. Okay, out of curiosity, I can put it on and it doesn't destroy my success rates on anything except for Starburst. So it might not be a terrible idea to just keep it on and try not to use Starburst too much. On the other hand, I do think that Starburst is kind of too crucial to my character, so I'm gonna have to take it off for now. Yeah. The weapons there are two-handed, so even if I wanted them for the purposes of maybe getting an upgrade when it comes to my sky weapons, I cannot really afford to do it because I would be losing the shield. And as you can see, my shield is pretty good. Tower shield of cold resistance. The only resistances that I'm missing are resistance to electricity and resistance to negative. We're gonna be getting those from statue form when we eventually get statue form. Not there yet, but eventually. All right, pretty good gun, pretty good bazaar. Normally they're not this good. You do like that devs introduce rendered staves? Me too. I also like that quite a bit. I think that staves were kind of dull and very rarely worth using, so rendered staves are nice. Yeah, now you don't have to hope for the elemental staff to truly get crazy, crazy stuff. Immolation and this. Oh, maybe this. Yeah, maybe Starburst instead of that. What did we get? CBL. Okay, I don't like Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning is a good way to die, so I don't want to die, and so I will not use Ball Lightning. Robe of Cold Resistance. I'm gonna pass on that. Kite Shield of Cold Resistance, and it is reasonably priced too, so it wouldn't hurt me that much to just buy it. I'm probably going to. But I am not going to do so immediately. What I will buy immediately, however, are the blinkings. Always buy the blinkings. Always buy the blinkings. You cannot put a price on the safety of your character. That was crazy expensive, blinkings, by the way, but it's blinking. It's blinking. You cannot have enough blinking. If I could trade 2,000 gold for 10 scrolls of blinking, I would trade 2,000 gold for 10 scrolls of blinking. Absolutely worth it every time. I would do it again. Yeah, normally I don't like to buy crazy overpriced items like that from the antique shops, but scrolls of blinking are the exception. They really are worth it. Best scroll in the game, after all. Most powerful consumable for the purpose of saving yourself from demise. I did want the kite shield. Okay, where is the kite shield? If I put on this kite shield, it lets me cast the Starburst. So yeah, we can have this kite shield for a bit to take advantage of the training of shields, and then eventually I can switch to the tower shield. All right. It was a pretty good foray into Orc. My resistances are pretty good too, with the only one missing is being the resistance to electricity. That, by the way, happens to be very easily acquirable if I just equip this Staff of Earth. So what I am going to do, or maybe Staff of Air would be nice, but I don't have any. Yeah, okay. Oh, I only have this Staff of Earth with resistance to electricity. So I guess we can use that and maybe go to Elf. My character is looking pretty nice. There is only one rather dangerous thing about going to Elf, and that is dancing weapons are gonna be a bit of an issue. Man, LRD would be good here if I had it. Um, As you can see, Starburst, if I was to cast a Starburst in this position, it would hurt me. I think I can walk down one and then I will be okay. Like, it's not gonna hit me anymore. Um, it hits quite a lot of the screen. I find it a bit surprising how good it is if I cast it specifically in that spot. Yeah, I'm starting to feel that like I probably should have a spell that hits more of the screen, like ideally the entirety of the screen, um, if I want to go here. Getting destroyed. Okay, let's try to stop dying. Did I kill the invisible guy? The answer is no, I didn't. So maybe we potion of 3? How likely is that to prevent my death? I think it would be okay if I follow up with heal wounds or something. Yeah, that looks fine. You block the Lance of Force. Beautiful. Heal wounds. Oh, the guy moved. It's not there anymore. It's right here. I have Ice Blast, so I can just use Ice Blast here, and everything will be okay. Yeah. Well, Plasma Beam will not hit the guy. That's kind of annoying. Hmm. Maybe it's a bit too early for me to take on this place. Kind of a shame, however, because I do want to do this, but I cannot really justify it if it's killing me this badly. Uh, like, this is literally the first fight of the game, or like, not the first fight of the game, the first fight of the branch, and I very seriously considered using the scroll blinking, so yeah. The ring that I found earlier is absolutely saving the day. If it had not been for that ring, I think that I would have already died, because the ring gives me resistance to fire, which pretty helpful for dealing with those guys. Um, I hadn't thought about it, but the Deep Elf archers are also difficult to kill, because they have their repel missiles thing. So hitting them with anything is gonna be an absolute pain. So yeah, dancing weapons. Okay. For dancing weapons, we have Stone Arrow. That's literally the best spell that I have for dealing with dancing weapons, and it may not be enough. So I also have Irradiate. I just have to learn it. I think that after killing this one, I'm gonna get Irradiate. Yep, dealt quite a bit of damage. Not the amount of damage, or the amount of turns spent on killing one monster that you would like to see. Okay, Irradiate 9%. I want transmutations. We're gonna be getting 10 of that real quick, and then we can go back to the shields in no time. I'm tempted to leave. I'm really tempted to leave, but I don't want to. Ooh, Cloak of Willpower. I want that. I also want to not die to Nicola, however. So yeah, the the situation is kinda interesting. I am torn between really wanting the Cloak of Willpower to finally have a cloak and not wanting to die to Nicola. I also don't think that I kill Nicola fast enough. Yeah, and most importantly, I don't have file of lots. There was one, but it was just too expensive, and I instead decided to get other stuff. Nicola goes for the potion of brilliance, and now the chain lightning deals a maximum of 150 damage. Very spooky. I do have to say that. Ouch! My box of beasts chimera instantly died. The fiery plasma hits Nicola but does no damage? Seriously? Seriously? How much armor class? Like, it doesn't even have that much armor class. Man, this is not looking good. Summoning? Please don't do your thing again. You don't look like a good insulator. Okay. Um, Probably not a very good insulator. Okay, Nicola is getting messed up. Yeah, my summons are getting rid of Nicola pretty well. Um, Alright, I think that Nicola went for the chain lightning there, but it didn't even reach me. That's perfectly fine. And Nicola dies, and now I acquire what I so heavily coveted, this Cloak of Willpower. Good enough to fully enchant immediately. Um, yeah, so I got a little bit of extra armor class thanks to that. The first couple of attempts, Gale Guy, were kind of annoying. Um, but now we're doing well. I got the spell that I was looking for really, really quickly. I got it almost instantly. So, so I've had the chance to use it from the very beginning of the game pretty much, and it's been nice. It's strong. It makes a ton of noise. I think that's its main downside. We got blinking. We are gonna be getting that. Hmm. Another scroll blinking, okay. The game is really spoiling me with these scrolls of blinking. I found so many of them in shops. I have a lot of fire resistance to hexes, so Luis is not gonna kill me. I am going to be the one to kill Luis. Azrael, immune to fire. That's not very good. Okay, okay, that's bad. But I have Ogre HP, so it's not as bad as it would be for most other characters. Close the door because we don't want to get hit by anything while paralyzed. Hello, Azrael. Irradiate. Irradiate. I'm not too, or am I? I am going to irradiate again. Okay. I got yellow contamination. You kill Azrael. Oh, this is a real fire elemental. It was not summoned by Azrael. Huh. It's kind of annoying. Okay. Let's try the thing. I'm gonna use a potion of 3. And let's see. Oh, I immediately became uncontaminated. Well, let's do irradiate again. Let's see. Okay, I didn't get malmutated. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm really skeptical about your thing that you mentioned, where you don't get malmutated because of tree form. But it hasn't happened, so maybe it will happen eventually. Yeah. Malmutation from contamination. Important to mention it. Because otherwise people are gonna start using tree form for Orbs of Fire and they're gonna die. And they're gonna feel pretty scammed if I don't clarify. So far, if I was making an informational magic school video, but these days, what would be my review for Plasma Beam? I like it. I think that it is a worthy successor um, to Lightning Bolt. That's my opinion on it so far. I think that it is kind of scary to use a spell, however, because it makes crazy amounts of noise. So if you cannot deal with that, with making crazy amounts of noise and the downsides of it, maybe you should consider using a different spell. But if you can, it's pretty strong. And I also like that you don't have to press that many keys. You know, that's always a thing with beam spells or with bolt spells. The repositioning, or like the repositioning of the cursor, not the repositioning of the player, is not very exciting. Um, yeah, that's what I would say. Um, the series of the spell reviews are still pretty relevant. You know, they're not particularly outdated, which is really nice. It's just that over time there's gonna be spells that I haven't talked about, but I think that this spell that just got introduced to the game is the first one that is not in one of my overviews. So it's nothing that I have to worry about immediately, you know. It's only one. Another thing that I could do is just make videos where I specifically talk about this new spells when the new spells are introduced. Automatically targeting the monster you wanted to target helps a lot for usability. I am inclined to agree. However, in some situations, for example this one, it wouldn't really target the monster that I want to hit because it would have targeted that one. In that sense, it is a positional magic spell because it like you can make it target what you want to target. It's just that you have to move yourself to make it target what you want to target instead of just moving a targeter. Um, at the beginning, when it came to positional magic, I really didn't like that, but I have come to like it a lot because I have also come to not like the moving of a targeter a lot. I'm trying to blink out of here because I have these blink artifacts and I for sure I'm going to use it. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna get value out of it. No need to use a potion of flying if I can do that instead. Mm. Did it have anti-magic? Okay, no, it didn't have anti-magic. I am just wondering about my HP because it kind of just evaporated. Um, it's kind of an inconvenient position to be in. I don't like this. Thank you for the raid, Wizard Ike. I appreciate it. It's going fine. Yeah, I am a bit surprised that it is going this well. Mm, we're casting the new Plasma Beam spell, and so far it has been an enjoyable experience. I have to say that it's a pretty good spell. Mm, pretty good. It does have a very noticeable downside, and that is for sure the fact that it makes crazy noise. Pretty much the same downside that Lightning Bolt had. So I don't think that it is a spell that you probably should use that much. I'm just gonna try to walk to the stairs. Don't mind me, I'm just walking to the stairs. Wow. Okay. That was one turn, and I still got absolutely nuked. What happened there was that I got hit by multiple attacks of opportunity, but I also got hit by normal attacks. Okay, that's crazy. Crazy spooky, in fact. Hmm. I'm gonna have to use one of my 10 scrolls of blinking. Yeah, the game has been generous with the scrolls of blinking so far. I also have crazy good resistances. Um, the only thing that I'm really missing is a statue form, and if I find statue form, I think that I have the game won. My next spell that I get from Behemoth should be the last ones, because I've already gone through a decent chunk of the game with Behemoth, receiving Behemoth gifts, I mean. Someone is hitting me with anti-magic. Okay, so I was not imagining things. One of these guys has a bow of anti-magic. That's messed up. I don't like the fact that the bows of anti-magic are a thing that can exist in Crawl nowadays. Um, Specifically, the Deep Elf Archers are a really nasty thing for my character to deal with. Um, they are so hard to hit for no good reason. I would like the repel missiles to be removed from these guys. Like if they get more HP as a trade-off, I would be okay with that. But like get rid of the repel missiles because the repel missiles makes them significantly more annoying to deal with than they need to be for common enemies. Like it's like Hydras. I don't like them because I find them very reminiscent of Hydras. You know, Hydras, if you are a character that is using X or Y kind of weapon, then don't even hope to deal with Hydras. Don't you like the best thing that you can do, which is meleeing, you cannot do that against this kind of monster, and that kind of thing really sucks. It's the same with those guys, except that if like at least they don't get more dangerous, and they don't gain back HP if you fail to kill them. It's just that they have yeah, it's the opposite of that. They're like more defensive than Hydras. Mm. Hydras are a relic of an old race. Yes, they are. That's what I've been saying for so long. I really want them to be removed. Like, replace them with something else that's scary as well. The damage output of the Hydras really is not the issue. The issue is the fact that bladed weapons. Why bladed weapons? There's only one kind of monster in this game that cares about bladed weapons, and that is Hydras. Um, I feel like I've mentioned this in the past, but I feel like if Hydras were introduced into the game today, they would like proposed for the game, I suppose, not introduced. If they were proposed for the game today, they wouldn't make it into the game because of the things that they are. Like it's just what I believe. Mm, so yeah, I should probably just mention in the Discord, hey, maybe remove Hydras, and maybe it does end up happening, and it would be great. I want those ones. Yeah, like these two at least. I also want the rope. I ran out of money for the rope. I'll come back when I have money for that. Maybe read magic mapping. I have 3. I can afford to use 1 too. Okay. I bet this is crystal. I bet this is crystal. I don't think that it is going to be rock. So if it's crystal, LRD would have been great there. It's a shame that I missed it. It was offered to me by Behumet, but I didn't grab it, and I consider that to be a slight mistake. Okay, we have a Blade Master, but I have this. Oh, mistake! Terrible mistake. I accidentally entered the Hollow Blades. Let's re-teleport to see if I can get out. Got that acquirement for cash too. Yeah. Yeah, it's an acquirement for cash. Okay, so thank you for reminding me because I had completely forgotten about the fact that I have an acquirement. But yeah, it is really an acquirement for cash. Okay, I'm glad that I was able to get out of there before anything too nasty happened. Let's go over here to buy this rope. Deal with the Blade Master as well. It should be fine. I don't really fear it that much. It would be way easier if I had Poisonous Vapors. Do I have that? Oh, oh, did I get it? Ah, I don't think I got it. No, I think Behumet offered Noxious Bogu, and I didn't get it. Ah, that sucks. I'm pretty sure that it happened. I should have learned that. That's gonna be an issue if I don't find it. It won't really be that much of an issue, but it will be an issue regardless that I could have avoided by, getting the spell. But it's just how it is sometimes. Multi-attack is good, but the head thing definitely would not fly in modern crawl development. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, it's okay to have dangerous monsters. It's not okay to have a monster that, depending on your type of weapon, you cannot melee because it kills you in melee. Or you give it extra HP and it makes you hit, or like you make it hit harder. Like it really is nonsensical. Um, I am 100% convinced of the fact that if Hydras were proposed today, as they are right now, they wouldn't make it into the game. The robe is bad, so we can drop that. You kind of like Hydras due to the strange crawl ism they exemplify. Still, they should properly be changed to suit the rest of the game. Yeah, it really is like a relic of a bygone time. Like, it's so weird that they exist the way they do now. Um, gonna get 5 translocations for my blinking, and then we can go from there. These things are immune to everything, right? Very resistant to fire and cold and immune to electricity, I think. Out of range. Stop doing that. Calm down. Stop summoning stuff. I'm trying to kill you. Miraculously, nothing has blocked the line of fire. Well, up until now, at least. Um, if I move, they're gonna just block the line of fire again. Blink. Blink again. Okay, I cannot really blink again. Okay. Yeah, it was not as scary as you would think. It was. Everything would have changed for the drastic worse if it had summoned, something really bad. However, I'm glad that it didn't. Hylos have been part of Greek mythology, so in that sense, it is good for gameplay. Like the way Hydras are, like sure it is how to put it, faithful to the myth, but Crow has shown time and time again that it values gameplay over flavor. Like that's just part of the core quintessential design philosophy of the game. There's been many things that have made people mad for no good reason because they were removed because they were not compatible with the current vision of the game. And I think Hydras are a thing that somehow got missed in that slaughter that happened a couple of well, over the last at this point it's been the better part of a decade actually. Um, but yeah, I truly believe that Hydras are a thing that should get removed from the game. Mm. The craziest part is that Hydras are affected by a brand specifically. Like beyond just dealing damage to them, they are affected in a very unique way where it permanently hinders their damage output. So you could theoretically have swiftness, hit an Hydra with a bladed weapon once, chop off a head, have it deal like 80 damage, and then run away from it. Um, and then like rinse and repeat until you kill it. That's a thing that was possible with other things. Uh, like very recently, for example, monsters with throwables got changed into having unlimited amounts of throwables so that people didn't do exactly that thing. Um, so yeah, based on that like argument of hypothetical optimal gameplay, I think that Hydras needs to go. Like, I think that argument is more than enough to justify their removal. They could be replaced with Sky Sharks or something. Like, Sky Sharks are more interesting and more dangerous than Hydras are, because Hydras aren't even, like, fast. So, like, they're just really annoying if you have a bladed weapon. They're not actually dangerous. Um, Do you think Hydras fit well in the game in a game with mutagenic meat and stat dead and little net hack time like oddities? Yeah, that's exactly what we're saying here. Like they're just a relic of a past time, um, and that's not a bad thing. But it really is not a thing that should be in the game as it is nowadays. Um, like for example, I could see some forks still having Hydras because it just fits the flavor of the fork, or it doesn't clash with their design philosophy, but it does clash with the design philosophy of current crawl. Um, Finisher. Can Finisher insta kill the player? I don't know. I don't know if Finisher can insta kill the player. It may instantly slay those it strikes. Doesn't say not the player, so I'm curious. I'm curious. If I die to Finisher, I think that's still good enough to be put on YouTube. I mean, I certainly would prefer not dying to Finisher, considering that the run is going very well, but it would still be a special thing that would be okay on YouTube. Mm, I think that I can just walk away from that guy, however. Like, I was gonna kill it, but then it started summoning Lost Souls, and I can always deal with those by not fighting them at all. Gotta be careful. I cannot really start dance it because it's gonna get a melee attack on me, and then that could kill me. It dealt 61. That's interesting. How much damage can you really do with that? Okay, it can deal 66 theoretically. Uh, in practice, I think that it doesn't actually I think that it's actually more than that because I think it drains you first and then it deals damage. Um, I have had situations where drain just deals more damage than advertised because that's how it works. Okay, stop draining me. Again! Oh my god, it's the second time that I do this. Why? I should exclude that because I'm gonna continue doing it if I don't exclude it. Was this one? Yeah, I keep thinking the level above is clear. I can just do this, and everything will be fine. And then bam, Hollow Blades. Um, does the player have hit dice? The player has experience level. For monsters, it's hit dice. For players, it's experience level. That's how it works. Um, so I would have an experience level slash hit dice of 18, I suppose. Um, or maybe if it checks hit dice, it is not going to affect the player because the player does not have hit dice. It's probably something along those lines. But I am curious. I should probably ask in the roguelikes Discord. Can Finisher insta kill the player? Or so far it has a 1 in 10 insta kill chance. That's really nice, you know. If only it wasn't obscenely expensive and two-handed, I would probably use it with this character. Permanent monster debilitation, like draining enemies, is also a thing of the past. Yeah. Um, Another old-style Dungeons and Dragons thing, like bouncing lightning bolt. The more and more we speak, the more convinced I am of my stance, and I was already pretty convinced. Like Hydras should really go. It's crazy that they're in the game, especially with so many people like agreeing with me. It's not a crazy idea that only I have. It is something that appears to be kind of popular, at least among the extremely small share of the community that watches my stream and chats. You know, we're probably not representative of the majority, but at least in this stream we agree that Hydras should probably go away. Um, okay, I could finish Elf, but I think that I'm powerful enough to do Snake now. Yeah, Snake is not gonna be that terrible. I can kill everything here with the spells that I have right now. I even have several beam spells for the shields that the snakes are gonna have, so we're cool. Back to shields I go. I was training for irradiate transmutations, but I don't think that I need that too much. Scarf of resistance. I don't care too much. It's weird. It's a and strange situation, but I don't care about this Scarf of Resistance. Um, it is an indicator of a good character when you find a Scarf of Resistance and you're not immediately jumping in joy at the fact that you got a Scarf of Resistance. So I would say that so far the character is doing pretty well. When it comes to resistances and damage output, resistances and damage output is what I have. King Eurystheus had ordered Hercules to kill a seven-headed Hydra or a snake that ravaged the countryside. As soon as the hero cut off one head, however, two more appeared in its place. With the help of a companion, Hercules finally killed the creature by cauterizing the necks with a burning touch. That's why flame-branded sword works on Hydras, while other brands can buff the Hydra. Kroll has remained true to the mythology of the Hydra. Yes, I am in agreement there. However, I do think that the myth of the Hydra is not compatible with the crawl design philosophy as it exists nowadays. Hydras, as represented there, would be perfectly at home in a game like NetHack. Like, NetHack would love that kind of ridiculous shenanigans on specifically one monster. Crawl has moved away from that kind of thing. Like, canceling your flight so that their strike doesn't deal extra damage, or as we have already mentioned, draining a monster, or waiting for the thrower to run out of ammunition and then like fighting it like that. That kind of thing is just not a thing that should be in Crawl nowadays, and that like also includes the Hydra. Um, but I do think that the Hydra would be a perfectly okay monster on something like NetHack. Um, Recently, I've been curious about maybe playing a bit of NetHack, believe it or not. Like, it sounds crazy, especially knowing that I recently made a video about how I no longer will be able to ever enjoy NetHack or, in general, old roguelike design. But I'm curious about a specific thing of Slash M, which is a NetHack fork. Um, in Slash M, monks have an ability that lets them do motion inputs, like in fighting games, to do like special movements. But it's like an ability that you have to activate, and then you have a certain amount of time to do certain inputs, to do certain actions once the time runs out. It's so weird. Like, it is definitely a NetHackism. That's what I can tell you. It's a NetHackism. But I'm curious about that because I played a Slash M monk. I have only one Slash M win, and it was with a doppelganger monk. That's the power combo in that game. Like, if you want to play the most powerful thing, doppelganger monk is that. Because monk is really strong, and doppelganger can turn into really strong monsters as well. Mm, Even monsters that have like insta kill abilities and stuff. So if you ever want to play Slash M and want to play easy mode Slash M, that would be it. Um, Not that I would recommend you to do it, however, but if you're curious, well, now you know. Okay, Saint Roca wasn't a difficult thing for my character to deal with. Sometimes Saint Roca can be pretty dangerous, but it turns out that Saint Roca is not the worst thing to deal with or to find when you have 200 HP. Okay, we don't want those. We maybe want something here. At the very least, I got Toxic Radiance, which is great because I also have Ignite Poison. I could even push it a bit further and also get Ignition if I buy this book, which I am very tempted to do. But right now, I don't know if I want to train Poison Magic, and I definitely need to train Poison Magic for Toxic Radiance, or not, or not. Okay. Okay, who needs Toxic Radiance? I have the Staff of Olgraf. So this find you, it's like finding a pile of 600 gold and a potion of experience on the floor, pretty much. Okay, that's pretty funny. Sure, I will most likely use that. Maybe, probably not. Yeah, most likely is a bit of an exaggeration. I don't think that I'll actually do it. You know what? I am craving Chinese food. I think tomorrow, like tomorrow, I have a party. But I am really hungry. I haven't eaten anything today because of reasons. So I want to maybe take advantage of this opportunity that has presented itself by me not eating anything so far today, and I can go tomorrow to the buffet and I can eat some Chinese food. Um, yeah, that's the best way to take advantage of a buffet. Don't eat anything before going there, for sure. Um, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Mm, I'm gonna have to make a small scale at the buffet, and then I'll eat a lot. There's two buffets that I am thinking of. One of them is really cheap. Like it literally is like $4, and of course that's kind of sketchy, you know. $4 buffet is not that good. The way that I have, like I've tried it in the past because I was curious about what it was for the price. And my verdict is that it is as cheap as something can be um, without you not wanting to consume it. You know, it's like the bare minimum. Like if you have $4 and nothing else, and you really have a lot of hunger, that's where you go to sate that hunger. But if you have a bit more money, you can go elsewhere. Um, and yeah, the other buffet is the one that I am really looking forward to going tomorrow. It's like $10, but it's like the food is just higher quality, and they have a better variety of food too. Um, so yeah, it's gonna be nice. Tomorrow is gonna be a good day for food. I'm also gonna see family, so I like that. Some Behance. We don't want that. We don't want that. Nope. Mm, no bog. That's a shame. Hydras could maybe be like a tentacle type monster, and killing the tentacles, bladed weapon or no, causes more to spawn, so you can AoE it down or damage raise it in melee with the core part. Maybe. Yeah, like whatever it is that removes the mechanic that it has right now would be okay. I don't like the hood of the assassin. I am not gonna buy that. I don't have heal wounds, so let's maybe buy that one and this one and the brilliance as well. And these. And it's time for me to drink the potions of mutation. I have a lot of them. I've been buying a couple. I got agility. We don't care about that. I don't want that. I hate that. I like mutation resistance. Yeah, that's where we're gonna call it quits. Promote Hydras to Kraken complexity encounters. Yeah, like as long as it's interesting, it's cool in my opinion. I don't like Hydras because they're like super lame. Like it really doesn't make sense that if you're using a specific type of weapon, you cannot attack them. Having the Hydras react the same with any weapon, maybe not the greatest because it would still completely hose melee characters. But a bit of a step forward in the sense that it doesn't just punish characters that are using melee weapons for no good reason, or like bladed weapons. That's what I meant. Mm, I think that my character is pretty powerful. Normally I would struggle in this place, but this character does not have any issues. Um, or run out of mana. before I could kill these guys. Unfortunately, I only have one source of good damage for all of these salamanders, and that would be the spell that I just ran out of. Or like, yeah. Well, the spell that I ran out of is not really what I meant. You know, plasma beam. I'll have mana for more plasma beams. Um, okay, pleasing fungus says that finisher does not insta kill the player, so I'm going to not be so unreasonably afraid um, of the dude that was carrying it earlier. Mm, Finisher insta killing the player is a very net hacky thing. Yeah, like that would be an absolute net hackism. I'm glad that it doesn't kill the player. Oh, I should take advantage of the fact that PF is in the chat to mention that. Um, why are Hydras still in the game? That thing. Hmm. Shouldn't have gone in this direction, but fortunately I have digging, so it's not the end of the world. I'll come back to deal with you guys when I have mana to do so. The better way to deal with them is actually to use Irradiate. If only they were not immune to fire. That's kind of annoying for my character, because my character is mostly a fire mage. It only has a touch of Plasma Beam. Mm. This guy has a kite shield of positive energy. I think that I am going to use that. I think that's probably better than what I currently have. This kite shield of positive energy. Um, the reason why I say that is because cold resistance, I already have a source of it, so it's not really the end of the world to take off a second source of cold resistance. And I didn't have a source of resistance to negative, so now I have one. It just gives me more balanced resistances, makes me less likely to find a kryptonite type of enemy. Yeah, that's the main reason why I don't like walking, or like why I really like walking around with resistances to everything, at least one pip, because that means that nothing is like super duper scary. I don't like when monsters are just like extremely scary. Mm, like shock serpents here, for example. Normally you don't have the resistance to electricity, so they can be pretty nasty. That type of enemy, I prefer to eradicate it whenever possible through gameplay, of course. It's a pretty good Arbalest. Penetration, 2 pips of cold resistance, and willpower. If I was using an Arbalest, I would be very happy with that. Okay, let me take a look at that ghost, because as always I just immediately ignored the ghost. It's almost never worth it to mess with player ghosts. It's in fact pretty special occasion when you do want to do precisely that. Um, I was wondering why there were so many nasty things, but it's a Snake 4. I guess that explains everything. Um, that explains all the Guardian Serpents just running around the level. I don't even know where the rune is. Oh, the rune must be somewhere in there. Okay, Phantom Mirror. Ah, it's not File of Thoughts. Maybe the ghost is easy. Oh, it's a ghost of a cat. Okay, yeah, sure. We can do that. 1 irradiates. 2 irradiates. 3 irradiates. There we go. Um, Nothing to be afraid of. I like how if you try to read a scroll of identify, when you have identified everything, it says there's nothing left to identify. That's a pretty nice thing. Hadn't ever tried to do that. Yeah, I think that this resistance to negative energy that I recently acquired is gonna be helpful for Elf 3. You know, that Death Mage with Finisher was really roughing me up before I escaped. After doing this, I think that I'll go back to that place. Why did I get slowed? Did I get curated or something? I did. Okay, it's weird because I have poison resistance, but sure. It is a thing that can indeed happen, so shouldn't be so surprised that it happened. Yeah, what you're seeing right now is why I don't like snake endings. It's just full of monsters, and the worst part is that like most of the monsters are pretty reasonably scary and threatening, so it takes a while to get rid of them. Pretty much you have to escape every couple of fights because of attrition. I should also try not to use plasma beam that much because of the crazy noise. Okay, so PF just said in the roguelikes Discord that they're an anomaly, but they're emblematic, so I don't know. It seems like maybe someone comments it to other devs. I really do think that they shouldn't be in the game anymore, but I don't know. PF is not particularly compelled by the pitch for removal. I don't know. I feel like my logic definitely fits because it is the same reasoning that has been used to remove things in the past. Okay, I got a tower shield of positive energy. Let's put it on. It doesn't mess with my spells. Yeah, the benefits of being a mage compared to being a melee character is like they're crazy when it comes to shields. Mages barely have any issues with spellcasting with a tower shield. Well, I guess it also helps that I am an ogre. Yeah, ogres have an easier time wearing tower shields, but still, a melee character would be absolutely horrendous if it was to equip a tower shield with this amount of skill. Even an ogre melee character. But it is what the Ogre melee character has to do in order to survive. What do you have? Null Hunter of Ashensari, Toxic Radiance, and Fireball. It's gonna be fine. I can kill it. I can kill it. Not really an issue. The Obsidian statue is kind of annoying, however. Can I really kill it? It doesn't have resistance to fire, but hitting it with my fire spells is probably gonna be difficult. I took 39 damage, that's a bit concerning. Okay, blink in. That's not the end of the world. I can now stun arrow the obsidian statue. Okay, I almost killed the obsidian statue. I'm gonna go for Wand of Light to deal the finishing blow. I didn't kill. Well, I can go for another one. It's not like I have limited charges of that anyway. Okay, that greatly reduces the danger of the fight because the shadow creatures spam was getting kind of annoying. Why am I getting poisons? I have poison resistance. Unusual. Yeah, I think that the evasion, well, the armor class and evasion of this guy make it very difficult for me to kill. Unfortunately, I don't think that I can deal that much damage with only radiates without heavily malmutating myself. But we're kind of at a crossroads with this ghost. I cannot kill it, but it cannot really kill me. Like Fireball, 3 dice of 26, nothing to be truly afraid of. Um, I'm a bit more unnerved by the support that it has. Yeah, I can fight you in a 1 versus 1. And theoretically, if I hit you a couple of times in a row, with this, you're gonna die. Oh, come on. It's almost destroyed. Not resistant to cold or fire. No wonder that it died here. Okay, there we go. It died to a cloud of fire. Pretty nice. Yep, it's kind of difficult to kill because of the whole high evasion thing. Let's go back to Elf. Oh, did I pick up the rune? I think I did pick up the rune. I did, okay. Okay, everything's fine. Ouch. Okay, you're the guy that has finisher. This guy also has a pretty okay ring that I am interested in myself. I could theoretically equip it now that I have the Cloak of Willpower. Ogres don't need 2 sources of willpower. The debuff that mage hits you from afar with finisher, speed eviscerate. It definitely is not the kind of message that you want to see. It's kind of scary. There was loot in that ghost bolt. Yes, there was loot in that ghost bolt. I'm gonna check it after I do this. After all, I'm gonna do the second lore branch. It's swamp. Yeah, it should be easy. Swamp maybe even should have been the first thing to do. But I got some nice tower shields out of doing snake, so it was fine. I think that I want ignition. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think I want ignition. Probably gonna need a bit more than that because I'm using a tower shield. Let's go for 20. Unlucky misses, I would say. I also don't have Ice Blast. No Ice Blast, that's crazy. What do we do then? Light? I mean, at least I killed that guy. And we killed the sorcerer as well. Okay. Blade Master is probably gonna be a bit of an issue. I can always use Phantom Mirror for it though. It is getting roughed up by its copy, which is nice. It has Vampiric Rapier, so if it gets to me, it's gonna be unkillable, which I am not a fan of. Maybe I should have copied the Annihilator. Mm. It's heavily wounded. I am going to try to go for Irradiate. Uh, that's fine. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Okay, get to me, Irradiate. Almost dead, another Irradiate. Kill the Blade Master. Okay, pretty good. Kill the Annihilator. I should not use Plasma Beam. Yeah, I've been trying to stop myself from using Plasma Beam in some situations, like that one, because you don't really want to make a ton of noise when you're barely, where you're almost out of mana. Attracting more monsters in such a situation is definitely not desirable. My mana regen has been pretty helpful, however, like I just have to retreat a bit and then I'm back at a high enough amount of mana to continue fighting. So why was I not wielding anything? I definitely need to keep using this thing. Yeah, why was I not wielding anything? I really must have typoed into unwielding it at some point. But yeah, not having resistance to electricity there could have ended in disaster. How much evasion do these guys have? Not that much. Okay. My defenses are slowly but steadily climbing. Now I have 2 digits in both armor class and shield. For the longest time it wasn't the case. Yeah, it helped a lot that I took off the ring of willpower that I had for this ring of 4 armor class, 4 intelligence, and see invisible. I bet the 4 intelligence is also doing something here, but it is nothing worth mentioning, most likely. I'm glad that I have 1 pip of every resistance, because that would have hurt otherwise. It multi-sapped me with lightning bolt. What is this? Nothing too exciting. The Herb of Wrath, pretty lame. Oh, Rendered Staff. Let's see what it is. It might be better than what I have right now. It's a fragile Staff of Death with some stats, not terrible. Staff of Conjuration with resistance to electricity. I really like that one. That one is a straight up an upgrade over what I had because I was barely using the enhancement. In fact, I don't think that I was using it at all because the only Earth Magic spell that I have is already capped in spell power, so it was really worthless. But the Staff of Conjuration is not gonna have that issue. It enhances my Starburst and my Irradiate. Doesn't enhance my Plasma Beam, but it's still pretty good. Rendered staves were a good change. I am inclined to agree. Yes, rendered staves were a good change. Definitely makes them more exciting than they used to be. I feel like not a lot of people used the staves before that change. Should maybe carry with finisher around. It's pretty cool to be left on the floor. Same goes for the Staff of Ogre. I should enchant the Troll Leather Armor. I only have 2. I mean, it really doesn't matter. I should use them. It's not like I'm gonna be holding on to them to enchant gold scales or anything. Not with this character. If I was to put on gold scales with this character, I would die. Yeah, I would be unable to function as a crawl character. and that's not a very good thing. You generally want to avoid that whenever possible. Um, um, where do we go next? Oh yeah, I did say that I was gonna do swamp. It's getting kind of late. Maybe I do swamp and slime, and then I call it, and then I come back on Monday to finish everything. Um, I still don't have statue form. I kinda want that, though my defenses are and resistances are so good that if I don't get statue form, it's okay. But it would be a significant upgrade for my character's survivability to get that. Um, Ignition, Crystal Spear, and Shatter. Well, the one that I want is Ignition, the Vault, the Ghost Vault. Thank you for reminding me. I was going to forget it for the rest of the game if you had not said that. Um, that guy has a buckler of resistance. That's a pretty fantastic thing. I don't need it, nor I can use it, however, so it doesn't really matter that much. The loot was a scroll blinking. Okay, okay, okay. I was about to say this ball doesn't have anything, but the scroll blinking, uh, it's worth it. I accidentally bought something that was not a scroll blinking. A very expensive ring of light that I am not even gonna use. It should be okay. It really is. It's fine. We are just gonna imagine that the scroll blinking was a bit pricier than usual. Mm. So earlier when I ran out of charges of Wand of Flame, I said that if I needed a cloud generator, I had a Starburst, and Starburst shall suffice. Ideally, yeah. Okay, the Spriggan Rider for some reason resists death way too much. Yeah, I think that this is gonna be easier and faster to do than Snake was. Okay. If I was a melee character, I would be pretty afraid of this current situation. Um, this special trap just decided to do funny stuff. But being a mage has some really nice advantages. Um, More often than not, the ability to hit multiple things at the same time. So being surrounded there was more of a strength than a weakness for my character. Um, Pretty nice. Yeah, I've been noticing that I'm taking longer to play spellcasters than melee characters. It's always something that so always has been something that I was aware of, but it is very contrasting to go back to playing a couple of mages after playing so many melee characters recently, and having the melee characters send in like 3 hours or maybe even less if they were like truly powerful melee characters, and then be playing a mage, which I consider to be a pretty powerful mage, be at almost 3 hours and still only have one rune. Um, yeah, but I think that's I've always also mentioned that like it's inevitable. If you're gonna be playing a mage, you're gonna be playing for longer than if you were playing a melee character because there's just more variety in the things that you can do and the way that you approach fights compared to a melee character. Um, That's why I like them more than melee characters too. I used to consider melee characters rather boring at best and actively weak at worst. But I think that they are okay as they are now. I still like mages better. I do have to say that. Um, Okay, let's go to the next level. The Ghost Bolt has nothing there that I would like to pick up, so I'm not even gonna bother. The Shambling Mangrove is kind of scary, but I was fighting it pretty much 1 versus 1, so it was not the end of the world. Do I have resistance to corrosion? I do. Okay, this crazy ring uh, has everything, and I hadn't really noticed. It really does have everything. It's such a perfect ring for my character. I think that it is gonna be very difficult, if not just straight up impossible, to find a better ring than that one. Um, I or like to even want to take it off, because maybe a combination of loot could hypothetically give me better stuff that makes it favorable for me to take off that ring, but I don't think it's gonna happen. It is very difficult for such a thing to happen, just as it is very difficult for such a splendid ring to generate as a whole in the first place. Mm, okay, I'm tempted to read magic mapping here to know what kind of bolt I got. There's the Hydra bolt that, like, if you can get to the entrance to the Hydra bolt with nothing having woken up, it's great because you can clear it super easily. Just like read a scroll of immolation and there you go. Um, Yeah, I don't really have much to say about this character. It is a mage, it is doing the things that it is doing, and it's certainly doing them quite well. Um, and I guess I have ignition in the horizon. There's that to look forward to. Um, Maybe even Noxious Bogu if I find it soon. But I wouldn't really count on that too much. Okay, I don't have that much of occasions. I was thinking that maybe I could make use of these charges of one of the mine bursts that we just got, but most likely it's not really gonna be the case. Okay, a crazy damage on the Hydra. I was not expecting it to die, but I guess my Starburst deals 6 dice of 14. It's quite a lot of damage if you think about it. This character is great. I like Starburst a lot. Like Starburst is becoming one of my favorite spells. Like you're surrounded, cast a Starburst until things die. Things are approaching you. Make sure that you can hit them with Starburst, then cast that until things die once again. Um, the fact that it hits so much of the screen is a really good property of Starburst. Um, It's a great spell. If you have not tried it, if you have never cast a Starburst, I do recommend you to check it out, to give it a try. Um, if you have the opportunity to play a character like that, however, or like of course, um, forcing stuff generally ends in sadness and disappointment in this game. Um, I do it because I'm always curious to try new stuff. But I think that the correct thing to do if you wanna explore something is to do so in like wizard mode or so to try stuff like that. Hoping for the game to give you something specific. It's not really gonna go very well. I think that if Crawl had a mode where you could choose what you have from the very beginning, I would play that quite a bit actually. And I mean like a normal Crawl, but you have that option thing. Um, Not like Cigarette Sprint, where you kinda do have that, but it is Cigarette Sprint. It is not a normal game of Crawl. Mm. I'm thinking that maybe Brilliance is the way to go here. After all, I did get marked, so the mark strategy is not exclusive to SOT 5, but SOT 5 is probably the place where it is at its strongest. Um, hmm. I used Brilliance, and I guess it did end me, or like win me the fight. If it had not been for that use of Brilliance, I probably would have run out of mana, and it would have been an annoying a complicated situation to deal with, but there were not as many enemies as I thought I was gonna see when I drank the potion of brilliance. I would consider it to be a good usage of potion of brilliance. Let's see what we got here. I need bug. I don't have bug. It is a bug body skeleton. No, we don't care about those. I already did Elf 3, we did Snake and Swamp. Slime is theoretically. Oh, yeah, I know what I have to do now. I have to do bolts. I didn't do the entirety of one of these dungeon levels. I skipped something because if I had done the entirety, I would know where bolts is. I didn't do the bolts entrance because some of these guys had launchers, and I was like, oh wow, that's kind of messed up. But now I can easily deal with them. They're not really as much of an issue anymore. Now that I have a shield. Yeah, when I say some of these guys, I mean pretty much everyone had a launcher, even the orcs. I haven't been using the new spell in a while. Or like I haven't been using it for a while. It's a good spell. It really is a good spell, but noise is bad. It is crazy large amounts of noise. So while it does kill stuff, you better be ready to take on a very long fight if you cast the spell. Let's go do bolts now. I guess I can do the entirety of bolts. I can do bolts 1 through 4. How is my ignition looking? I might want to memorize that and just use it to kill the guys in bolts 5. 26. Well, I still should memorize it. Yeah. Still waiting for Statue Form and Noxious Bogum. If we can get those two, those are gonna be pretty nice for slime. Um, So yeah, lindworms are not fire resistant, so dealing with them is not really that much of an issue. Just cast Starburst. How did I live before Starburst? I don't know. Starburst just seems like such a fundamental spell of my spellcasters nowadays. Um, hmm. The Convoker is gonna convoke. Yeah, sure. I was gonna almost let it finish. Like I was really thinking about letting it finish, but I decided against it because I still don't have a good spell to truly deal damage to everything on the screen. Theoretically, I have Toxic Radiance and I also have Ignite Poison, but I have not really trained for Poison Magic. And at this rate, unless I get Noxious Bogo, I don't think that I'm actually going to do it. Um, it always is funny when you auto explore into being trapped by a Bolt Warden. Um, yeah, it's only funny if you can destroy those guys. If you can be like, oh, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me, kind of thing. But if they're even moderately dangerous, then it is an absolutely horrendous situation to be in. Okay, I have 5 potions of resistance that I am sure I'm not gonna need, so we can just go into this treasure trove immediately. Um, okay, and we get some potions. Maybe we're gonna get acquirement, or like not acquirement, experience. Okay. Okay, there it is, potion of experience. So how many things did we get from here? Um, Usually this place generates 16 items. Um, sure, sure, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm gonna wait until I level up to 21 and then I'm gonna drink it. Yeah, we got some potions of experience, potions of haste, heal wounds. We have lots of potions with this character. Um, It's really nice that I got that trove. Like, normally I would have laughed it off. I would have been like, haha, 5 potions of experience. Who is even gonna ever be able to afford such a crazy price, you know? Or, haha, a scroll of blinking. Who would use a scroll of blinking on this? Um, but this is the one character where it makes sense to do that. Ignition, I got a miscast, let's do it again. I get another miscast, let's do it a third time, and there we go. I was doing that because I knew that if I got a successful cast, I was gonna pretty much refill my mana. So getting 2 miscasts wasn't that bad. Getting 4 miscasts, however, would have been horrendous, but I had a 17% chance to fail, and I didn't think that I was gonna get 4 miscasts in a row. Um, what advantages do I get by postponing the drinking of a potion of experience? Um, every time you level up, it takes more experience to get to the next level. So if you wait until you have just freshly leveled up, it gives you hypothetically more experience. Well, it in practice does give you more experience. The difference is probably not that much, but I still like to do it because why not do it? I mean, I can do it. Doesn't really hurt me to wait. There is a situation where that should probably go straight out of the window, and that is when you find a potion of experience very early into the game. Um, if you have one and you're like experience level 5 or so, you're probably gonna get significantly more powerful by just drinking it instantly, as opposed to waiting until you level up and then drinking it. At that point in the game, like so early, every fight is a life or death fight. So any like experience that you get from the potion is gonna be better than the extra experience that you would get from postponing drinking it. Not to mention that the earlier that you drink it, the more experience, like experience for this screen, it's going to give you. If you are like experience level 8 or so and you drink it, it's gonna give you way more experience towards whatever you want to train, compared to me drinking it now. Like at this point, the experience that you get from drinking it is irrelevant. The thing that really appeals to these characters is the level up, because the level up is difficult to get at this point. That was kind of scary for a moment. I got a miscast of ignition at 10%. I was like, okay, now that it is at 10%, it shouldn't happen, and it ended up happening. Um, okay, nothing there for me. Um, do I want to forget about any of these spells? I mean, I guess a Scorch, maybe even Ignite Poison too, but I don't really need to forget about it. I can still hold on to the dream of finding Noxious Bog again, and then this time actually memorizing it so that I can use it on Slime and kill everything. Because apart from that, I don't think that I have it, so I probably shouldn't forget about it. Nope. Not in any book shops that I have seen. Not that I have seen a lot of bookshops. I think that I've only seen one. So I hadn't mentioned this, but maybe maybe I've avoided getting malmutated by like this resistance to mutation potion. Um, I am, or I was under the impression that that it doesn't prevent mutations from contamination, but I don't know. I only mentioned it because I do distinctly remember Canine um, using that feature, like the malmutation from contamination, to get rid of resistance to mutation 3, which makes you completely unable to get malmutated or like mutated as a whole again for the rest of the game unless you somehow get rid of it. Um, which normally that would be a good thing, you know, one less thing for the player to worry about. I have mentioned in the past that I consider mutation resistance to be kind of, you know, unnecessary and overvalued. But some people probably really like the idea of being completely immune to mutations. Mm. Okay, my shield stat helped a lot there, but I would really attribute that win versus the Yoctors to my HP because I did take like 70 damage walking towards them. Most other characters would have been intimidated by that large amount of damage, but not an Ogre. For an Ogre, taking 70 damage is like a scratch. It's like taking 40 damage for a normal character, I suppose. That's 3 pips of willpower. Um, my current staff gives me in 5 intelligence, resistance to negative, and resistance to electricity. Um, if I find statue form, I am definitely open to the idea of using this thing because 3 pips of willpower is pretty okay. The 5 dexterity, but it would nuke my shield stat. Yeah, shield stat now scales only with dexterity, so having no dexterity is probably not the greatest thing. I just had an idea. Do I have Iron Shot? Because Iron Shot would be interesting for my character to use. Yeah, it would bring my dexterity down to 4, so probably not something to even consider. Yeah, I don't know if any of you are planning vacations to Mexico or anything, but if you ever consider doing such a thing, I cannot stress it enough. Go eat a wide variety of food. I think that one of the most appealing things about Mexico is their large and varied gastronomy. You have so much food that's like specific to Mexico or that originated in Mexico. There's so many things. So yeah, whenever I see foreigners and for some reason I'm speaking to them, I always tell them to go try stuff like pozole or um, pambazos. Like street food in Mexico is pretty good as well. You gotta be sure that you're getting something that you want when you're eating street food, however, because there's some street food places that sell entrails of animals, like fried entrails and stuff. And it is not uncommon for people to have that. I personally don't like even how it smells. I think that it is kind of repulsive, but it may be something that you end up liking. Um, but yeah, it's definitely not for me, based on smell alone. Um, Okay, they're going crazy with the summon spam. The Convoker convoked a Convoker, which then convokes something else. Pretty nasty. Okay, got my 20 farm magic. Let's get 18 spellcasting. And then I think we can get 27 fighting. Just to take advantage of one of the greatest strengths of the Ogre, which is their crazy HP and fighting aptitudes. No need to have a lot of defense, or no need to have a lot of defenses if you have crazy HP. Like for example, during this fight, I have taken already more than 140 HP in damage, and I'm still fine. Yeah, it's not like the game hasn't given me low hit point warning, so everything is okay. Um, I do think that it's probably about time for me to stop fighting all of these guys and take a rest. Um, Oh, I got agonied by that necromancer. What was the chance for it to agony me? That's crazy. 3%. Ha. Huh. Well, you cannot see it, but here it is, 3%. Yeah, I'm not lying. It was literally 3% and it happened. I'm glad that it was not something more crippling like paralysis. But yeah, I'm not a fan of that kind of thing even being able to happen in the first place, because like sure it happened now with agony and it was not really an issue. Or well, I guess I'm not sure if it was not really an issue because I'm still in combat, so theoretically I could still die here. Um, but imagine if it had happened with paralysis, I would be super dead. Um, Great blink. Let's do it again. Yeah, it's very difficult for me to get a worse blink than that. What do you have? Arbalest, just straight up Arbalest. Okay. I am starting to get a bit nervous because um, I do not believe that taking 57 damage in a single turn is outside of the realm of possibility. So yeah, better blink away from that one. It's not the end of the world to blink away because I have a lot of blinking. Maybe I should have used invisibility earlier. It's just that I wouldn't have, it wouldn't have really done a lot. Do I have summoning or I have summoning, but I think that like the thing that I'm seeing in the future, if I use summoning this turn, is that no summons get placed between me and the warden, and it just shoots me and kills me. I think that's very much a thing that can happen. So it's probably for the best for me to not use summoning. Maybe another blinking. I also am thinking about heal wounds. With the shield, I should like eventually block something, right? So so heal wounds should maybe get the job done. Yeah, I have a lot of scrolls of blinking. It's uncommon for me to have that many. I should just use one. Like I would be so mad if I died with 12 scrolls of linking in my inventory. Like I would just be extremely disappointed at myself for letting that kind of thing happen. Um, Scrolls of linking are there precisely so that you don't die in situations like this one. Um, okay. Gonna drink one more heal wounds. And then I think we're good now. Okay, stop. I need to drink healing now. The heal wounds has, or like the ambrosia lasted forever. Mm. Whoa, that was some pretty big damage rolls. How much damage is that thing dealing right now? Two dice of 63. You know, that's pretty respectable damage. On good rolls, that spell literally one-shots things. Um, yeah, it obviously scales with your spell power super hard, but as it is right now, on good rolls, it can one-shot the entirety of the monsters that it hits, which is pretty fantastic. Um, on the other hand, it's a very variance-heavy spell. Not only do you have to hope that it hits, but you also have to hope that it hits well. You kill Senata. Okay, yeah. Some pretty okay rolls before, but the roll that killed Senata was good damage. Like, it pretty much dealt half her HP. Heavily wounded is like 60 to 40 HP, I think. Yeah, that was great. Okay. After that bit of complicated situation, like it was a bit scary. I did drop very low on HP. Dropping very low on HP as an ogre is a bit scarier than it would be on characters with better defenses for obvious reasons. You generally want to avoid it whenever possible. Like, sure, dropping to 100 is fine, but beyond that, it's getting pretty sketchy, you know? Mm, constantly running out of mana. Not a big fan of that. I accidentally cast Foxfire there. I didn't want to do that, obviously. That's a spell that I should have Amnesia. At this point, it doesn't really do anything anymore. The Ring of the Hair sounds appealing to me. Yeah, instant 18 evasion at the cost of 4 armor class, 4 intelligence. Can I do that? The answer is no. Would I use this if I had the Macabre Finger necklace, hypothetically? I think the answer is still no. Um, the Ring Doom is pretty good. It runs on everything. Um, it is not something that I need, but I would be very happy to find that on a different character. You know, a character that has that as its first source of resistance to electricity. Be very happy because it's a pretty good source of resistance to electricity. It's just that the loot that I have with this character is off the charts. It is so much better. Oh, look at that! Dang. That was some damage on Donald. Beautiful. Mm. So recently I got the Made in Abyss game. I've been playing a bit of it off stream. Haven't really played a lot. I am playing the mode that follows the story of the anime, but I think that I'm gonna stop playing that mode because it feels too easy. I feel like that mode doesn't have a lot of things that the game has that I want to experience. And I feel like if I finish the mode that just follows the story of the anime, I won't really want to play again. So I'm gonna play the mode where you just play with a random character. That game is nice. I think that it has permadeath, so you start with a character and then like you follow through the story of the game. Like you explore and you gain rank, and by doing that you can go deeper. Um, and then if you die, and it's game over. So I feel like that sounds way more interesting than just being able to retry if you die with the anime characters. Mm, yeah. So far, it's been an interesting experience, that game. Ever since I started reading Made in Abyss, I was like, this definitely could be a video game. And yeah, it definitely works as a video game. I think that it could even work as an actual roguelike instead of a game with roguelike elements, a roguelike inspired game, the way that it is now. Like it has some elements of roguelikes. Obviously, it doesn't have the turn-based, tile-based gameplay, which is, in my opinion, the most important element. Or not necessarily that. I think that the mixture of everything is the most important element, but it is the element that is more often forsaken by by game devs that try to make roguelike games nowadays, but end up making roguelike inspired games. Yeah, it is unusual to see something that is actually a roguelike on Steam, for example. There's Sorbus, and I guess there's Dwarf Fortress. Um, but yeah, more often than not, when a game says roguelike, it is probably gonna be something like Dead Cells or Slay the Spire. And yeah, I've mentioned it multiple times, but every time that I say something about this, I think that it is worth mentioning again. I don't have anything against those games. In fact, I've streamed both those games before. That's how much I like them. I just really don't think that they should be described as roguelikes, because when you start describing everything as a roguelike, nothing is a roguelike, and then people don't know what an actual roguelike is when they see it. I already seen that happen in Barb's stream the other day when he played Rift Wizard. That was a pretty funny thing to witness. Mm, but yeah. Anyway, I'm glad that after that little experience that I had earlier, where I almost died, I have not had any more of those. Mm, yeah, ever since then it's been okay. Sometimes when I flash the inventory window, it's because I typo into showing it. I wonder how many people have these like jump scare moments of thinking that I accidentally died out of nowhere. Um, I myself sometimes have those feelings when I accidentally bring up the inventory screen, but I know that it is not the case, that didn't happen, because often when such a thing happens, I am not in a position where I can just spontaneously die. This looks like a death trap. Yep, that looks like a death trap if I've seen one. I'm gonna close the door on that, and I'll do it later. Are there any 3 2D pixel roguelike dungeon crawler MMOs? MMOs that aren't rotating Isle War crawl and more of a hack and slash vibe. What you're asking for sounds difficult to implement, like MMO, but like you mean something reminiscent of crawl, but an MMO. Um, I think by nature it wouldn't really be it cannot be turn-based, because MMO and turn-based are pretty much mutually exclusive, I think. Multiplayer or co-op too. Well, I know that there was a branch of NetHack that had multiplayer, but I think the developer died a couple of years ago, so it probably was abandoned because of that. Um, I mm, Depends on how you define that too, because you could say that the player ghosts are an MMO aspect that this game has. Um, you're not the huge fan of turn-based combat. You have given some of these roguelikes like Crawl, Idle Ward, a ghost, sort of fun. Mm, well, when it comes to me, I cannot really give you recommendations for games like MMOs and stuff like that. That's really not my type of game. People always get surprised when I say that I don't like RPGs when I'm playing Crawl, which is something that a lot of people often define as an RPG. But yeah, it really like that kind of game is really not my thing. Multiplayer games are also not very much my kind of thing either, because I prefer more like either one versus one or player versus game experience. That's also something that I like. In general, the social aspect of MMOs has never been my thing. Like that, I'm allergic to. Not to mention the other side of the multiplayer coin, which is team-based games. No, I cannot do that. I tried League of Legends for a while. I could even go as far as to say that at some point I was addicted to League of Legends, where I literally had to play, even though playing caused me great suffering. I don't think that I am at that point anymore, but I am too afraid to ever try to play something like League of Legends again. And because of that experience, I really do not like games where, like multiplayer games where the focus is on a team. I prefer to play alone and win alone or lose alone. And most importantly, I like it when games are made in such a way that I can pinpoint my mistakes and see if there's anything that I can fix myself in order to, emerge victorious in future attempts. That's one of the things that attracted me a lot about roguelikes originally. Yeah, it's really nice. Do I play tabletop RPGs? I have. Very recently, there was a Humble Bundle deal that had a bunch of Pathfinder books, and I bought it because it was super cheap. It was $5, and I could afford $5, so I went for it. And I have those. However, I have not played them. I am reading the player manual of Pathfinder 2.0, and I don't know how to approach it personally. It seems like a lot. Um, yeah, it seems like it has a crazy high barrier for entrance. So I don't know how make it so that people start making characters, and how you learn how to um, you know DM, because I would be the dungeon master or the game master, however you want to call it. I wouldn't really want to be a character. Most importantly, because I think that like I bought them so I could play with family. Because all these things have happened since the death of my uncle a couple of months ago. I was like, okay, I want to experience the stuff with my family, and I also want to show them cool stuff. And like I have tabletop RPGs in mind, but I have never played those. And like um, I wouldn't want someone else to DM. I would like to do it myself because I feel like that way I can show a little bit of myself, or I can give a little bit of myself to my family while still having a good time. So so yeah. But as I mentioned, I still have a bit of a hard time approaching the thing. Like, how do I even begin? Kind of thing. That's what I mean. The one, you might be interested in a game that I personally didn't really like a lot. That is called Cross Coast. That's what it's called. If you liked Maple Story and like games like that, pixel MMOs, back in the day, you might really like Crosscode. I It was really not for me, but I know of a couple of people that I have recommended that game to, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're gonna enjoy it. Crosscode, yes, Crosscode is called. Let me make sure. Let me check on my Steam real quick. Yes, it's called Crosscode. I still have it installed. You might like it if you like those kinds of games. Pathfinder certainly does, since it was a branch off from Dungeons and Dragons that is more mechanically inclined. Hard learning curve, that is. If you can read in English, everything D&D 5 edition ever written is free on 5 edition tools. I very purposefully stayed away from 5th edition. I've heard some bad stuff from that. Mm, don't play 5th edition. It's a bit little busted. Yeah, that's what I thought. So far I haven't seen Bold Wardens, so I have no incentive to stop doing this, Just here, taking all the experience that is so nicely laid out for me. But the moment that a Bold Warden enters the screen, that's the moment where I leave. You cannot really afford to be here if you have a Bold Warden on the screen and you are afraid of being trapped in with said Bold Warden. Oh, look at that! I have full screen range on Plasma Beam now. Is it because I trained for Ignition? It must be because of that. If I trained a bit of extra air magic, it would probably deal a lot more damage. What do I think of Plasma Beam? I like it because I got it super early. That's the most important thing to mention. I got it super early, so maybe that tainted my experience in the sense that, like, I was using it to kill jacks and stuff in Lair. Not a very traditional experience that you would expect from a relatively high level spell that doesn't start in your starting book. But I enjoyed it. I do have to say, however, that it's kind of rough that it makes crazy noise. Yeah, it's one of the loudest actions in this game, and that can be very painful. So probably don't spam it, and use it when you know that you're going to be able to retreat, or you're going to be able to take on infinite amounts of challengers. There were some occasions where I almost died because I was using the spell. Spells that reward thoughtful play are very nice. You don't think you really played before positional magic stuff was implemented? You think you like it? Yeah, try playing a version without positional magic spells, like 0.24 or so. I think that 0.25 was when positional magic was implemented into the game. Another thing that I wanted to mention is that I feel like I have to move more with this spell compared to other positional magic spells to get as much value or a maximum value from it. Crosscode looks pretty cool, to be honest, but no co-op multiplayer though. Yeah, but that's the point of the game. Like, it's a single-player game that emulates the multiplayer experience of an MMO like that. It's a pretty novel concept. I wish it was for me because it sounds super cool. And I've seen gameplay and like fighting like high level characters in Crosscode and it looks so sick. But I don't have the patience to get that far because it just really is not a game or a genre as a whole that was designed for me. It is the antithesis of the things that I like in games. Like, I feel like it rewards grinding probably a bit too much, and just the criticisms that I've always mentioned when it comes to RPGs. Um, Crosscode is very grindy. Yeah, I tried it and it was not for me. Not my thing. I like to go. I don't like to grind. I like to go. I like my games to be very linear in the sense that like the game has a beginning and an end, and you go through, and you don't have to go out of your way to prepare for the next part. Never been a fan of that. And RPGs, specifically JRPGs, do that a lot. It's tiresome. Um, that's the thing that I really like about Crawl. In Crawl, you go and you kill stuff, and you're good to go. There's not really grinding in this game. The closest thing to grinding in Crawl is probably doing Crypt, or maybe Bolts 5 or Slime, depending on your character. Uh, Theoretically, there's Abyss grinding for experience, but if you can do that, you can probably just win the game. Yeah, that's like I like that the sources of infinite experience or loot, like Pandemonium and the Abyss, are also literal end game stuff. Where if you can do it, you can win the game, so it doesn't matter. At that point, let the player do whatever they want to do. Um, yeah, there's farming for experience in Pandemonium indeed. Well, we have done this. Now, I've been streaming for 4 hours, exactly 4 hours now. Mm, do I? I feel like I could just finish the character. Yeah, sure, why not? I've ended stream earlier a couple of times this week, so I can go for a bit longer and just finish it in one sitting, and then come back on Monday with a fresh character. Okay, third rune. I was doing Bolts 5, but then I was a bit unnerved by Bolts 5. I'm gonna do Depths. Let's see if we can find Noxious Bog here. Yeah, at the entrance of Depths 1, I probably should go out of my way to not use Plasma Beam. Starburst does way less noise and way more damage and hits way more things, but sometimes the temptation to use Plasma Beam is definitely still there. Um, how much damage? Like, does it deal more than Starburst on a hypothetical ideal roll? Starburst deals 90 max. This deals 130 max, so it really does. Um, cool. Is Plasma Beam targeted? It automatically targets the thing that's furthest away from you. You cannot move it around. So yeah, as you can see, I'm moving the cursor right now, but it's still stuck to the stone giant that I am not going to hit with Plasma Beam. It is a positional magic spell because of that. You gotta maneuver so that you hit the most amount of monsters. And whenever there's multiple targets, it highlights every monster that you could potentially hit. Like for example, here I could hit one monster or two monsters. Yeah, it's cool. Very interesting spell design. I think I like it as well. Yeah, really neat. But the noise, like, I think that it is kind of a shame that it is limited by the crazy amount of noise that it generates. Because it's not like it can be your main spell because of that. The noise thing is really a big deal. You need to be able to handle it. And I don't know how you handle it. Like, theoretically, I have Behemoth, and Behemoth gives me uh, hypothetically endless mana as long as I continue fighting, but not even that is enough to deal with the amount of enemies that Plasma Beam can pull towards you. Maybe I am okay dealing with, yeah, like plasma being on this guy. I still heard that deafening roar, which means a dragon. I don't think it's really much of an issue. Another scroll blinking. I've found so many of them. Also enchant armor. Let's enchant my troll letter. Yeah, talking about troll letter, I absolutely believe that Parkit should drop super highly enchanted troll letter armor, like +9 troll letter armor. Um, I don't think it would be like broken or anything. I think it would be a very cool thing, because the only way to get something like that would be to kill Parkit, where you can get fully enchanted gold skills from killing a golden dragon and having a lot of scrolls of enchant armor. It would bring Parkit more in line with something like Tiamat, where, like, Tiamat's cloak, the only way to get it is to kill Tiamat. Um, or poly Tiamat into something else. But can you even do that? Is Tiamat immune to spells? Um, okay, 4 pips of willpower. Um, theoretically you can poly her, but I assume that it is a titanic endeavor, probably almost impossible. And I personally wouldn't try because I bet she turns into something really messed up. Um, let's see her hit dice. Tiamat's hit dice is 22, so it's not as high as I thought it was going to be. For comparison, something like a normal fire has hit dice of 30. Um, And something like Nancy Leech has a hit dice of 27. Yeah, it's pretty weird how Tiamat only has a hit dice of 22. Oh, I should keep in mind the Wand of Light Ghost Moth thing, because if you blind the Ghost Moth, it cannot drain your mana because it's blinded and it needs to gaze at you, to look at you, to be able to drain your mana. I think that's a pretty cool thing. I still wonder why Tengu warriors spawn in depths. Like, they really don't feel like depths monsters. They don't have enough HP. I guess they're fast. Like, the only Tengus that are really depths monsters are Tengu Reavers. The other ones are not really depths monsters. Like, Tengu Conjurers are the craziest to me. Like, they really are not depths monsters. They have like no um, they have like no HP. They die so easily. Mm. Oh, 4% chance to confuse me with mass confusion if it went for it. Do I watch football or basketball? I watch neither. Um, I guess when it's American football season, I sometimes see it with my family because they like it. My family is very broad, so I am talking about many different people when I talk about tabletop RPGs and like the computer stuff that I've mentioned in the past, and also this football thing. It's like different groups of people. Um, yeah, Tengu Warriors have no place to exist alongside our own trolls. Um, you know exactly what I am referring to. Um, but yeah, I don't really care, even though I can watch it. Like, I appreciate it. You know what I watch? I watch sumo. That's the only sporty thing that I personally enjoy. Um, yeah, sumo season is 15 days every 2 months, so it is very frequent. Um, and there's always like interesting things happening in sumo, like the way that the things develop naturally. Like there's no script like in WWE and stuff like that. Like for example, this tournament, Takakeisho, who is an Oseki, the second highest rank, had a chance to make Yokozuna because he won the previous tournament. And in order to make Yokozuna, which is the highest rank possible in sumo, you need to be at the second highest rank and win 2 tournaments in a row. Very difficult thing to do. but Takakeisho was what it was probably the closest that he's ever gonna be in his career to being able to do that, and he wasn't able to do it because he got injured early on in the tournament, so he had to withdraw. So from being at such a high point in sumo, he went to the point where he can lose his rank because as an oseki you are protected from being demoted if you lose in a tournament. But if you lose two tournaments in a row, um, you are demoted to the third highest rank, and then you can regain your rank. You need to win 10 in the tournament immediately after you got demoted. But if you don't do that, if you fail to do that, then you are a normal wrestler from that point onwards until you regain your rank of Oseki, which is normally a very difficult process. Um, so yeah, sumo is very interesting because of little things like that. Every wrestler has its own story developing. Um, One of the wrestlers that I really like in sumo is Tobisaru. I remember the day that I started watching sumo. Like there was a tournament in progress the day that I decided to look up sumo, and one of the matches that I was most interested in was Tobisaru's because Tobisaru was brand new to the top division in that tournament. It was the first tournament that Tobisaru was in the top division, and he was doing extremely well for a person who was brand new to the top division. He was in contention for the tournament, and he had to fight Shodai, who was an Oseki, brand new Oseki, and he beat Shodai. And Shodai was so astonished by the fight. It was like he said that it was like fighting two people at the same time. So ever since then, I was very much a fan of Tobisaru, and he's still active and he's doing very well. Every time you hear a Spanish accent, you think of Mark Gasol. I have no idea who that is. I am from Mexico, however, not Spain. I do understand that the accents are probably reminiscent or like similar. What a good explanation of sumo. I try my best. I try to explain things. I don't know if you've noticed that. You probably have noticed that because I've been doing it for 3 years on Twitch. But I like to explain things, and I like to talk about things that I can explain. I generally don't talk too much about things that I don't really have a lot to talk about because I don't really see the point in that. Um, but yeah, that's how it is. Mm. We are. Oh yeah, I wanted to drink a potion of mutation because I got minus mana. Now I got minus a scroll. Let's get rid of that. Stat rot is fine. Yeah, we don't mind stat rot. Spanish accent has a distinct lisp. You can kind of tell even if you don't actually speak Spanish. I think I know what you mean. Like probably that thing that I have very much tried to avoid when it comes to Spanish speakers that speak English as well, like English as second language, Spanish speakers. Um, I notice it. Like they have a super rough accent. Um, so I've been spamming Plasma Beam here, and it was surprisingly okay. I didn't attract as many monsters as I was accustomed to doing, but I probably already killed many of the dudes here, so that probably explains it. Oh, I got shafted into Depths 4. I think that I am literally next to the entrance to Sot. Yeah, just Oh, it's not the. I mean, it is the vault, obviously, but it is not the entrance. I thought that there was gonna be a door in here, and like the entrance to Sot would be there. Um, you wish more people were like that? Me too. Um, I think that there's value in truly understanding things. As I always say, with greater understanding comes greater enjoyment. Specifically for crawl, I like games that like reward me like that. Like, oh, you know how to play the game well. Now you get access to all these things that you wouldn't have been able to imagine as a new player to the game. Um, Rift Wizard is a lot like that. Like my first run of Rift Wizard, I didn't have a build according to people who knew the game. And now that I know the game, I know that I didn't have a build because I had a bunch of spells and very few skills. Where the key to victory in Rift Wizard is to do exactly the opposite. Few spells and a bunch of skills that support those spells. Um, yeah, ideally one spell actually, and then a couple of utility spells if you want that. Um, but a lot of lots of skills is the way to go in that game. I'm gonna play more of it. I think that maybe on Monday next week I'll play some Rift Wizard. Mm. Very sad looking bolt. Yeah, this is the Draconian Castle bolt. It houses the entrance to Sot because it's depth 4. Nothing that we cannot deal with, as you can see. I am destroying everything with my 300 HP. About to max fighting. I don't mind. I want the Conqueror title. I think that the Conqueror title is a very good title to get as an Ogre. Um, Only Ogres that survive for very long get the privilege of getting such a title. Mm, yeah. With the way that this is going, I think that the only way for me to lose this character is to really mess up. Yeah. Because it's going really well. Mm, it has all that it could possibly wish for when it comes to defense. Well, when it comes to defenses, I have 18 armor class. That's probably the lowest or like the weakest point of this character. It's 18 armor class. The 8 evasion is of course also bad, but I'm an ogre. Like I cannot really aspire to much more. In addition to the very low dexterity that ogres have, they also have a penalty to evasion because they are very big. So I don't even bother trying to get evasion with an ogre because of that. But the armor class could be higher if I was wearing better armor. Something that I will not do because I'm not particularly interested in sacrificing my spells for that. Okay, there it is, 27 fighting. Now, what do we get now? What do we get? I wonder why I got Shatter from Behemoth if I have 7 Earth Magic. I should have maybe gotten Firestorm. Hmm. You really like limited spellbook? Is your favorite in Rift Wizard? Reminds you of Jin? It really is the case. Like, I would love to see a mode in Rift Wizard 2 that is limited spellbook, but you don't know all the spells from the very beginning. Um, I think that a thing that Rift Wizard like that hurts the replayability of Rift Wizard is how easy it is for you to start scum in some of those modes. Um, like you are definitely tempted to do that if your goal is to win or to streak limited spellbook, for example. Well, I guess not streak limited spellbook because if you quit, you lose your streak. But if you're looking forward to winning and you see what you have from the very beginning, you can just say, "Oh, I hate this seed. Let's play another one." Um, but if you only have like 2 or 3 spells from the very beginning, and the more you progress, you get more, like Jin, as you mentioned, that would make people continue playing. Like maybe I get something crazy um, and stuff like that. I think that would be a nice thing to have on Rift Wizard 2. What do we train for? Shields? Sure, I suppose. You kill the Juggernaut. This Mana Viper is probably a shapeshifter, and yeah, it absolutely was a shapeshifter. By the way, I gave myself yellow contamination there accidentally, but my mutation resistance saved the day. Mm. Okay, probably shouldn't be trying to kill this guy with Stone Arrow. After all, it is a Draconian Knight. These guys can be pretty nasty. Same goes for this Shifter. You know, I think it's kinda lame that I didn't get statue form to fix my armor class problem, or that I haven't gotten it anyway. But on the other hand, it's nice because I'm not super weak to Draconian Shifters. I think that as I am right now, I'm not really super weak to anything. I don't think there's a single monster that's like, oh no, an X monster that would kill me. This guy has a 6% chance to paralyze me, which, yeah, like that's probably the scariest thing that this character has to deal with. What's the plan for ghost mods? Wand of Light, Potion of Invisibility. Um, those are probably, yeah, now that you mentioned ghost mods, those are probably the monster, the oh no monster. Um, it might be in my best interest to dive sot because of those. Let's go do. No Bog. Man, I cannot believe that I didn't get Bog because I didn't grab it, and I accidentally didn't grab it too because I was fully intending to grab it when Behemoth offered it. I was very happy about it, but it just didn't come to happen. Bolts 5 probably is okay. I have Ignition. Oh, I got shafted 2 floors. I had forgotten about it. What is that bolt? Very exotic looking bolt with demonic trees. Did you know that if you burn down a demonic tree, you get a cloud of seething chaos instead of a cloud of fire? I think that's a nice little detail regarding those guys. No, but really, what was up with that bolt? Let's go over here. Some statues. Are these tiles that appear here the same that are in there? I cannot really see them with as much detail. My preview window is not that detailed. It's not very large after all. Statues look normal. Okay. So yeah, for some reason the game really is not looking forward to exploring that. I pressed out explore after opening the bolt and it took me to pretty much the opposite side of the level. I wonder why. Do you like how certain statues give warnings? Like how sometimes you just auto travel is stopped because you see a statue? Yeah, that's nice. I think that bolts that place statues for danger should 100% of the time do that. Okay, oh, it has a million evasion. Octopode Ghost after all. Immune to poison, fire, negative energy, and torment, and resistant to electricity, steam, cold, acid, and drowning. Yeah, Octopode Ghost. I probably will not mess with that. It's probably killable with Irradiate, but I would probably have to Irradiate me a bit too much. Like Lure tells you of Dar elephants if they're like the Lure ending that has elephants. Yeah. 3 octopodes. So why are there trapped octopodes here? Mutated octopodes. Cool. And then there's nothing here. The floor is spattered with blood. Okay. Cannot even break them open because I don't have shatter. Funny bolt. I cannot believe that I don't have Iron Shot. Yeah. I mean, Stun Arrow is fine. Stun Arrow certainly kills things. Look at how messed up that Frost Giant was by my Stun Arrows. Um, 3 dice of 13 physical damage is definitely great. But on the other hand, I wish I had Iron Shot because 3 dice of 13 physical damage doesn't compare to the damage that I would do with Iron Shot. That's not what I want. I want a spell. Iron Shot. 9 dice of 9 with my current 7 Earth Magic. If I trained it to 12, it would probably be much higher than that. Yeah, I guess we're gonna do Bolts 5. And after that, if I find Noxious Bogum, I'll do. Oh, it was not a death trap, but it really did look like a death trap. I saw this and I was like, oh, there's probably rooms here full of monsters and like probably bold wardens, and I go in and I immediately get trapped. That's what I was imagining, so that's why I didn't want to go in there. Let's go do bolts 5, but do I have a hatch? I do not. I think that I can just go in there. No wardens yet. Marjorie has fire skills, so killing her is gonna be very difficult unless I run at her and do this. Okay, one more. Okay, now we get out and we rest off the contamination. Ouch. Normally getting hit for 52 and 39 would be immediately pretty awful. But fortunately I have 300 HP, you know, just Ogre moment, so it's not really the end of the world. Insane Leech and a Bold Warden too. That was the correct thing to go, the correct moment to go upstairs. In fact, I maybe should have gone upstairs a bit sooner. But now we're gonna re-teleport and then we're gonna go downstairs. And then we are going to teleport. And we are in a pretty good spot. The layout being crystal means that I will spontaneously get multi-sapped by frost giants and leeches and monsters with bolts of cold. But most importantly, it means that I get destroyed by using Starburst. Okay. Wow, I dealt myself 40. That's pretty bad because my character's main way of killing things is casting Starburst. The game has resisted to giving me another way of killing things that I would be happy using. I guess I have Toxic Radiance, but I'm not sure that I want to get Toxic Radiance at this point in the game. I think that the ship has already set sail for that. I didn't get it recently, but I feel like it took too long for me to find it. I keep giving myself yellow contamination. This level Wink Crystal is a really bad thing for me. Yeah. Oof. Oh boy. I guess I just have to do what I have to do. And what I have to do is literally spam Stun Arrow versus this Golden Dragon, which by the way is dealing some decent damage to me. Yeah, of course it is dealing decent damage. It has good melee. It's always had good melee. From all the dragons, it's probably the one with the best melee. 40 damage, 20, and trample for 20. The breath weapons are not that scary, but the damage has always been good. It's just that after a certain point, melee damage is not that much of a concern to most specifically mages and shield users. Let's compare it with the Iron Dragon. The Iron Dragon bites for 25, claws for 25, and tramples for 25. So yeah, the Golden Dragon is the king of the dragons when it comes to damage output. In melee, anyway. That's a pretty great sword. Um, I mean, a pretty great sword. It's speed and willpower. If I was playing a swords character, I would be delighted to use such a thing. Condenser Vein. Oh, I have Ignite Poison, sure. Ignite Poison. Kinda sketchy. This whole ordeal has been kinda sketchy. I should have probably not gone here for my third rune, solely because it is made out of crystal, and that disables my best spell. So yeah, slime would have been better even without Noxious Bog. Um, the rock slimes would have been very difficult to deal with. You know, rock slimes are the reason why I came here instead of going there, but I think crystal makes this more difficult than slime with rock slimes. I'm going to eventually give my, or like, yeah, at some point, eventually, I will give myself a bad mutation if I continue using Irradiate like that. But the alternative is using Plasma Beam, and we cannot really do that. Like, it's bad to use Plasma Beam. Uh, okay, I got really lucky. The bolts so far have been missing me with 8 evasion. I don't know if it's like a special case to be significantly less accurate versus the player or so, but I am definitely grateful that I am not just nuking myself with that, because it is 6 dice of 15 checking versus 2 pips of fire resistance, to be fair, but it's still quite a bit of damage, and sometimes I even get hit by multiple of those, or like get targeted by multiple of those. I would definitely not want to be fighting such a monster, if it was a monster doing it to me anyway. You think Bone Dragons melee for more? 30, 20, 20. So close, but not quite. The Golden Dragon really is the king of the dragons in melee. Is Plasma Beam a new spell? What does it do? Plasma Beam is a new spell, and it does this. Fires a penetrating beam of plasma at one of the caster's most distant foes. The ionized beam bypasses half of the defender's armor, and a second beam of fire follows in its wake. This is like lightning bolt. The plasma beam, like it's electricity. Um, it's nice. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool spell so far. It's a positional magic spell because it hits one of the caster's most distant foes. So like it always targets whatever is farthest away from you, and if there's multiple monsters that are equally far away from you, it targets one of those at random. So you gotta maneuver your line of sight in such a way that the monster that is farthest away from you is the one that you actually want to hit, and you ideally hit a bunch of monsters in the way. Um, so yeah, it's a pretty cool spell. The main issue that I have with it is that it is obscenely loud. It is one of the loudest effects in the game. Not the loudest, but very close to being the loudest effect in the game, which can have very unfortunate downsides in some levels where you definitely value not making a crazy amount of noise, such as this one. Or pretty much any bolt end or like any rune ending or or depths level, especially in levels that are open. I keep wanting to use Starburst, and I cannot do such a thing. Oh, look at that. Randart Orb of Rage with 4 Dexterity. Man. Seeing it say Rage is like, yeah, this item is not good. Hmm. Though 3, I can do 2 at most, and ideally I would do 0. But 3 is like, yeah, that's really bad. Really bad damage. Hmm. This spell would clean up hallways in a jiffy. It definitely does do that. I can confirm based on this run. Bone dragons are a higher level, so you think they bypass motivation a bit better. Are they? Are they really higher hit dice? Let's see. Bone dragon. The game says, well, the bot says HD 20. Now golden dragon. The game says HD 18. Oh yeah, they're indeed higher hit dice. That's crazy. Hello, Robotil. Wow, look at this amulet. It's almost amazing. I'm using an amulet of mana regen, so if it had been an amulet of mana regen, I would have been slightly more interested. Fate doesn't do anything, so it would be mana regen and whatever extra artifact properties it would get. I was wondering where those fire scales came from because they were enchanted, but it was Marjorie's gear. Two pips of willpower, but it makes my dexterity drop to 5, and we are not going to be doing that. That is something that has already been established throughout this playthrough. We're not going to be doing that. How am I going to get rid of Orbs of Fire? I mean, I guess I have Irradiate, but like, is that really what I have to resort to? Or like Stone Arrow? Do I not have Orb of Destruction? My jeez, this is not good. That's pretty bad. You generally don't want to be in such a situation for Orbs of Fire specifically. Those guys are pretty scary after all. You want to kill them as fast as you possibly can. And guess what? This character cannot kill them fast at all. So those are my kryptonite. I hadn't thought about it because I am walking around very happily with my really good resistances and everything. But those guys are gonna be rough. Behemoth will be nice. You have a point. I hadn't considered the fact that I have Crystal Spear. Let's go ahead and dump a bunch of experience into Earth Magic so I can cast Crystal Spear. Oh boy. Here we go. Yeah, like, if I have the tool to deal with Orbs of Fire in the form of Crystal Spear, and I am not using it, it is my own fault. It is my own fault, so I should use it indeed. You make a good point, boss level. Cure Orbs of Fire with Irradiate is how you figure out that potions of tree help prevent malmutations. Man, it sounds so weird. I'm really not sure that it is the case. Like, I'm gonna have to ask a dev. Like, does Potion of Tree have a secret effect that reduces malmutations or something? You've noticed that accuracy is now an attribute of Plasma Beam. If you mean this, man, it's some low accuracy. Yeah, if you mean that, most spells have it. Starburst has it, and the Irradiate doesn't have it because it always hits. Stone Arrow has it, very accurate, 100% power. Stone Arrow doesn't have it. Scorch doesn't have it. Ignite Poison doesn't have it. Ignition doesn't have it. So yeah, the spells that can miss have an accuracy bar, and I would say that roughly 1 pip of accuracy, 1 pip of monster evasion. Probably that's how it's supposed to work. But I don't know. I feel like it still misses like crazy. Like for example, I wouldn't try to use anything that checks accuracy versus a Spriggan Defender, for example, because it's a full Servant. Okay, that was two-shotting a Lich, an Ancient Lich with Irradiate from full HP. Pretty nice. Oh, I got minus a scroll. I don't like that. I will most likely have to get rid of that. Normally I would be like, okay, I don't have scrolls of blinking, so whatever, who cares? But this time I do need to not have that. It is very important that I do not possess minus a scroll. Yeah. Not frequently do you have a character that's going into SOT with 12 scrolls of blinking. Okay, mutation. Please get rid of minus a scroll. That's fine. Yeah, sure. Sure, I'll take it. Perfectly okay. I used to have See Invisible, however, and now I still have it because it's a property in one of my rings, so who cares? Spell accuracy is not unstable? I don't know about that. Let's see. Okay. I saved my game of Drunk, and now I shall start a stable game. Sprint. Thunderdome. It was not letting me move. I think I pressed something. Sprint. Thunderdome. Ogre. Fire Elementalist. No, I think that I should start melee Ogre so that I can kill things better. And Flail so that I can use a giant spike club. Okay, now that I'm here, I can go to spell and search for lightning bolt. And there it is, stable, there's accuracy. And spell accuracy seems to be spell related. Yeah, like some spells do not have this because they cannot miss or they do not check accuracy in any way whatsoever. The spells that have it are the ones that check accuracy. I'm pretty sure that all the spells that check accuracy have it. Anyway, now that that has been done, we can go back to Trunk and play the game. And yeah, Magic Dart does not check evasion. It always hits. So maybe that's why it doesn't have it. I do not blame you for not seeing it, of course. It is not something that a lot of people are gonna look at. And it also is like, because it is so abstract, like so obtuse, you don't know what the pips mean. You just know that more pips good. But I still wouldn't even try to affect a monster that has a lot of evasion with anything that checks accuracy, no matter how hypothetically accurate it is. Okay. Yeah, how did I get this far without? I'm still surprised by the fact that I got this far without Crystal Spear. But anyway, it's here now, and we're training for it. Okay, we're done with Bolts 5. I think that I'm gonna go into Slime as a training arc for Crystal Spear. I can probably kill Rock Slimes with what I have right now. With Irradiates. Slime, let's go. Do all spells have an accuracy check? No. Foxfire, for example, does not check monster accuracy. I'm pretty sure that the Foxfire is just straight up always hit, but can be blocked. But at the very least, if they themselves check accuracy, it doesn't show here because the spell itself does not directly check monster accuracy. Other spells like Irradiate, for example, you can see it doesn't check your accuracy because it's an explosion that is centered on you. So it does, like explosions do not ever check accuracy. Effects that hit the whole screen like ignition also do not check accuracy, so it's not going to have an accuracy indicator. The spells that check accuracy are the ones that have the accuracy indicator. So if you don't see that, it means that the spell does not check accuracy for one reason or another. Um, Yeah, they made it make sense. Devs often try to do that with this game. Um, Playing Crawl and observing the changes of Crawl for so long makes me able to really quickly and easily spot that kind of thing. Like, oh, like this is just a quality of life issue, or like this really shouldn't be like that in games that I experience. Whenever I have the opportunity to like provide feedback in that kind of thing, I generally try to. Um, yeah, it's a shame that you cannot really put. I have played Crawl for 12 years in a resume because I would really be interested in um, making use of these abilities that I have acquired over the years through playing Crawl to better some projects and stuff. What's the Hype Beam? The Hype Beam is this spell. It's called Plasma Beam. It is the replacement of Lightning Bolt. It is Fire and Air level 5, not most noticeably not Conjurations, but it hits whatever's farthest away from you. It hits it with two bolts, one bolt of fire and one bolt of electricity. And it's very inaccurate, apparently, and it deals a crazy high amount of damage, so it's pretty okay. Again with the minus scroll. I'm gonna wait until I get out of here because I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna get malmutated. Yep, I got subdued magic. Still not enough to make me able to cast Crystal Spear. I don't like it. It should really not be that much of an issue. They remove Lightning Bolt. That is indeed what happened. They removed Lightning Bolt. Well, Lightning Bolt was replaced with Plasma Beam, which is this. I think this is cool. Lightning Bolt also had its charm, but this is also pretty cool. You can't do the 54 things early mid-game now. You can! This spell literally lets you do that. There it is, 2 dice of 57. And it's only because I stopped training her at 10. If I had trained it more, it would be much higher. But yeah, you can absolutely do it. And it's even better because you don't need to bounce it on walls. And you can do it to multiple monsters. Because of the way that this works, it fires two beams. So it's 2 dice of 57 right now. One is a firebolt, and the other one is an electricity bolt. Yeah, give it a try. I think it's nice. It checks fire and it checks lightning. Can be mitigated by yeah, more damage types. On the other hand, it also works against monsters that are resistant to electricity. I just wish that it was part of a starting book or something, so that you could use it versus gargoyles, for example. I did use it to kill some gargoyles earlier in the game. Yeah, remember how I was gonna end stream at the 4-hour mark? That was a nice fantasy. But no, in reality, I'm okay with continuing. It's not like I want to end it. If I had wanted to end it, I would have ended it like I did earlier this week. I'm doing the thing that I always told you not to do, which is explore slime. Exploring slime leads to malmutations, which in turn leads to suffering, just like the sire. Hmm, probably should not be fighting in a position where those monsters can step on that. How far am I from Crystal Spear? Okay, progress is being made by leaps and bounds at least. Ooh, lost subdued magic. Good guy, Shining Eye. I shouldn't have killed good guy, Shining Eye. Um, well, that's definitely nice. Yeah, sure. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. It was removing a maximum of 6 damage from my Irradiate, so it probably didn't matter. I still think that 6 damage is 6 damage at the end of the day. Better to avoid getting hit by subdued magic whenever possible. It's like fighting with -4 slay, I suppose. Probably not. Like slaying in general, negative slaying is bad because a melee character's damage output is lower than a mage's. I think significantly lower. Mm. I would like to use I would like to use Plasma Beam here to hit the Shining Eye, or I would have liked to. I decided not because I was like I don't want to make a lot of noise and just pull everything. Oh, delightful. Okay, I hit a Mark Trap, so yeah, sure. It's a good thing that I was close to the stairs, but still, I'm probably just gonna be fighting here now. Um, Gotta be careful with these guys. I'm gonna go down and I'm immediately gonna be in a fight if I go down those stairs. Um, it's a good thing that these walls no longer hurt you. Now they only corrode you while you're next to them. Um, I think it's very flavorful that they do that. It's fitting. Like it probably fits more that if you're next to something corrosive that splashes acid onto you, it's gonna hurt you, right? Like that also made sense, but it was such lame. Um, it was so lame in game. That's what I mean. Yeah, it was not really lame design. It was lame how it played out in the end. That's the thing that I was not too much of a fan of. I only have 4 brilliance and 5 mana. It might not be enough for Sot, and I don't even mean that as a joke, so I'm not gonna use it. On the other hand, I'm going to use one of my 19 potions of haste. I think that I'm okay. I think that we can afford to use 1 or 2 of those here. The Royal Jelly is absolutely deleted by Ignition, 3 casts, and now all that's left to do is to get rid of these 7 rock slimes. The reason why I like Noxious Box so much is because it gets rid of these guys really well, where Ignition doesn't, because they're very resistant to fire. The devs knew what they were doing when they made these things. These things straight up counter immolation. Like they're made to counter players using Scrolls of Immolation here. Unfortunately, it also has the side effect of countering fire magic as a whole. Yeah, look at these guys. I haven't killed a single one of them. Like, sure, they're all almost dead and stuff, but man, this is kind of disgusting. Let's see what I get. Oh, fire, delightful, because fire absolutely works versus these things. They're still alive, still 7 rock slimes. Okay, 3 of them are almost dead. I think that we can just go for these. Okay, 5 rock slimes. I don't think that Behemoth gives mana for those. Man, that sucks. Yeah, this would be a good situation to, receive some mana from Behemoth. But it is not to be, apparently. Okay, could have been better, but it was not bad at all. I also got unlucky because the amount of rock slimes that you get is like it varies. Necklace of Bloodlust is kind of worthless for my character. Let me inspect this because I see this new thing, Fury. Extends the wearer's Berserker Rage when killing foes. Okay. 50% chance to circ. 50%. That's pretty bad. Mm, we're not gonna be using that ever. It is only a thing that I would use with characters that are using launchers. I don't like berserking in general. I feel like it just removes too many options from you, and it is like the thing that you do to try to avoid death, or to give you that extra punch to be able to survive certain nasty situations by just killing things before they can kill you. Um, but it is a very delicate effect. Like it is the kind of effect that you're probably better off controlling, like having it happen when you want it to happen, not when the game wants it to happen. Um, there are some people that have made the argument that if you're meleeing, you're probably better off meleeing but better. But it's a very short-sighted thing, and I feel like um, it incentivizes you to play the game in this way. Like you see an enemy and then you walk away from the enemy for a while until you are certain that you're gonna be fighting only one enemy, and then you tap the enemy. Does that sound fun? Because it's something that I almost never do myself. I only do it if I truly need to do it. Um, I wouldn't want to do it for literally everything. That item is I want to be berserk in all places at all times of day. And then you want to get slowed and killed as well. That's for sure a thing that happens when you use that item. So I was going to drink mutation because I got minus a scroll, but then I lost minus a scroll, and now I don't know if I care about drinking mutation or not. I have minus a scroll. Oh no, I had subdued magic. That's the thing that made me want to drink it. Okay, I still want to drink it. Minus a scroll is, as I have already said, not something that I can justify on a character that is the owner of 12 scrolls of linking. Yeah. Um, okay, okay. 11% chance to miscast the statue form. And Crystal Spears at 34%. I think that I'm gonna stop training conjurations for now, for a bit, and we're gonna be getting 12 transmutations and 12 earth. Well, earth I'm just gonna leave on so that we can cast the statue form consistently. I'm also gonna like statue form is pretty much only so that I have 3 pips of negative and 39 armor class. Hype beam is plasma beam. Yes, it is. It is plasma beam, and it was pretty good. It has been pretty okay. The only downside is that it makes obscene noise. I think that the noise that it makes should maybe be nerfed, as in it should make less noise. So the spell should be buffed by making it make less noise. Um, as it is right now, it has pretty much the same issue that Fireball does in the sense that like it's just too much noise. You cannot really use that as your main spell, as your main way of killing things. It's gonna get you killed. So at experience level 26 with 27 fighting, I would expect to have around 320 HP, not 314. But let's see how much I get at experience level 27. Imagine if I had robust as well. I would have closer to 350 HP at experience level 27. It would be great, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I have 5 potions of mutation. I probably am better off just leaving them alone. Noise might be overtuned. Plasma Beam will probably get a balancing pass soon enough. It's a recently implemented spell, so what I should do is provide this feedback onto a developer so that they take it into account. Even if I consider it to not be ideal, like the way that it is right now. It might still be like that the devs like it the way that it is for some reason. If so, I would say that I will probably not be using it very much. I hope that the noise is nerfed, like the amount of noise that it makes is reduced, because that's really my main and pretty much only complaint about it. It has the same issues that Lightning Bolt had, like literally the same issues. It makes a lot of noise and it is very inaccurate, and the damage is inconsistent. Um, so it is a worthy replacement of Lightning Bolt, I suppose, because it has the same strengths and the same weaknesses. Um, okay, I think this bolt can generate a Crystal Spear Dude, which is of course terrifying. Mm, Dancing, double sword of speed. Dang. That's a big boy dancing weapon. Oh, there it is, the crystal dude. I have ignition, however. I think ignition just straight up kills those things. Man, mages have such an easy time in the late game. Like, this would be absolutely horrifying to a melee character. I would be like, okay, I have to use consumables and Tin of Tremorsons and stuff to be able to survive this. But a mage can just press the ignition button. Mages are so cheap. Cursto, how is that Crystal Spear looking? 26. 10 dice of 14. Man, that's a lot of damage. Crystal Spear. Okay, it didn't one shot, but it left it within range for Stone Arrow to kill it. Beautiful. Huh. Hopefully by the time I start seeing Orbs of Fire, I have Crystal Spear already as a castable option for dealing with them, because otherwise we might be in some trouble. Another thing that I would like to mention is that I just noticed, like right now, that I got a statue form and I haven't been casting it. And you want to know why that is? Why I haven't been casting statue form? It's because I've gone through so long in the game without using statue form. So now I am accustomed to not having statue form. It immediately got dispelled anyway. Lots of fire draconians, that's not good. Oh, BB. Okay. I know when to call it quits. This is when you call it quits. Yep. I mean, getting shafted is kinda bad, but getting shafted into BB and a bunch of red draconians is probably a bit too much for this character. Yeah, I'm glad that I have 12 scrolls of blinking and I can choose to make those kinds of decisions. If I didn't have those 12 scrolls of blinking, I would be like, oh, but I have 3 and I'm gonna need them for SOD 5 when something horrendous inevitably happens and I have to blink away. And then I wouldn't have blinked away and I probably would have been in a pretty bad spot there. Okay, talking about being in a pretty bad spot, do not underestimate Draconian Knights. They're evil. They definitely are very capable of killing you. Yeah, so I think that after this stream, I'm gonna mention to PF, hey, I think that Plasma Beam should maybe make a little bit less noise. The amount of noise that it makes me not want to use it in many circumstances. And that, in addition to its restrictions inherent of being a positional magic spell, maybe is a bit too much. Okay, this might be bad if I don't blink away. I know that I was standing on the stairs and maybe the correct thing to do was to go upstairs, but I knew that the tentacle monstrosity would just grab me, so I decided to skip the part where I try to go upstairs and the tentacle monstrosity grabs me, and I just blinked away from that one. Yeah, I also knew that I was not gonna kill it like fast enough to be able to go upstairs with no issues. Okay, Crystal Spear on BB. Hits for big damage, but it's still not enough to seriously hurt BB because BB is kind of insanely strong. In case you have never seen BB, one of the Stoneborn formed untold aeons ago with supreme command over rock. Her people shelter deep within the living earth, so whatever has forced Vivi into the oppressive openness of the dungeon must be dire indeed. But whatever it is, she's not talking. Yeah, big HP, big damage, big armor class, surprisingly high evasion for something called a Stoneborn. Immune to poison, negative energy, torment, resistant to electricity, fire, cold, drowning. So very difficult to kill for my character already until I have Crystal Spear. Um, she can hit for 35 to deal up to 69 extra cold damage. If any damage is dealt, and hit for 35 to deal up to 46 extra fire damage if any damage is dealt. So yeah, and she's not slow or anything. She hits hard. She also has crazy spells that you're not seeing on the screen right now, but she has this, which is the same thing that the guys in Snake, the salamander tyrants have. Very annoying. The thing that creates pools of lava, and the other thing that salamander tyrants have, the one that deals damage to the things that are next to lava, and creeping frost, the same thing that frost hearts have, which deals damage to you if you're standing next to a wall. All three of those things hit for a lot of damage. So yeah, BB is probably one of the scariest things in the game, in a normal 3-rune game. Mm. Huh. I don't like this situation. I think that any purple draconians, there's one that is almost dead. Okay, I think that it is worth it to invest 5 mana here to kill that guy. And now there's this shifter who is also almost dead. I think that we go for brilliance here. Okay, shifter's is still alive and hasn't removed my brilliance, so we go for this. That killed the shifter, and now we can blink away. And again, okay, you miscast blink. Crazy, how likely is that to happen? 1%, and it cost me 87 HP to miscast blink. Okay, give me a good blink, please, thank you. I should probably haste. Man, this feels like doing a cigarette. Okay, BB is severely damaged. Um, that's how much ignition I've been casting. I'm amazed at the fact that things other than BB are still alive. You destroy BB. Okay, cool. How much damage is that thing dealing? 3 dice of 19. Okay, so it's 3 dice of 19 per explosion. So, for example, right now this guy is gonna die because it's gonna get hit by three dice of 19. So 9 dice of 19. That's the power of ignition. It's not immediately obvious what makes it great, but that's what makes it great. Okay, against the lots I managed to survive that. It was pretty nasty, but I did achieve it. Maybe I should have taken different stairs to not have to deal with all of that. And to tell the truth, I should have not fought BB at all. It's just like too scary of a monster. I think that the correct thing to do pretty much always is to not fight BB at all. Noise scaling linearly with spell level is a good baseline. Yeah, like the thing where some spells make crazy high noise is probably a relic of the past as well, just like Hydras are. Like I can tell you for sure that Fireball is not nearly as strong as to warrant the crazy noise that it makes. Same goes for this Plasma Beam spell. In fact, let me just mention it right now. Okay, I have already written that. And I also finished SOT 2. Okay, finally I got a miscast of Crystal Spear. It was my third time casting it with such a high chance to fail. And only now I got a miscast. Amnesia. Let's forget about Foxfire. Hmm. Have you guys ever heard the Doom Plasma Gun? Maybe that's why this is so loud. Yeah. Joke sponsored by Snaku from the Roguelikes Discord. On the topic of noise scaling with spell level, I think that there is a good amount of design space there for spells that are like more powerful than their level would be, but have the downside of the noise. So, like, sure, this spell is crazy, but if you use it, monsters are gonna open doors that are next to you that you're not expecting to be open. So you're gonna be stuck in a fight with more monsters, just like this. I think that it is a good drawback to have on spells, but I don't know, or rather, I don't think that Plasma Beam as it exists right now is deserving of such a drawback. It already has a crazy amount of drawbacks. It's a positional magic spell, so you have to move around and spend turns doing that. It is only a one die spell, so like sure it's two die, but you know what I mean. So the damage is extremely variable. It's low accuracy. In top of all of that, it also makes crazy noise. Like you can see the noise here. Like it just keeps summoning monsters. Um, Brilliance? No, I don't have that many brilliance. I wish that I had 20 brilliance instead of 20 haste. Or maybe I should be using the haste the same way that I would use the brilliance. But no, in reality, I wish I had 20 brilliance instead of 20 haste. I would prefer those. You might be thinking I'm crazy, um, but the reason why I'm saying that is because there's some situations, like for example this one, where uh, being hasted doesn't really do that much for me. Like fast or not, I'm gonna run out of mana. Brilliance is the thing that I use to prevent that from happening. Um, Plasma in real life is 90 to 120 decibels. If anything, it should be deafening. Hmm. I mean, that's a good argument. Like the fact that plasma is crazy loud in real life. Um, so maybe the spell should just be significantly more powerful instead of being quieter. A little late to start prioritizing realism over game balance. Yeah, I did mention that. Did mention that Hydras, like maybe staying so faithful to the myth of the Hydra is probably a bit of a bad thing in terms of game design a bit earlier. Interesting little swamp bolt here. I'm running out of mana. Yep. Gotta be paying attention to those things. Running out of mana is like dying for a mage. Man, I cannot believe that I only have 45 mana. But it is because I am so spoiled by Deep Elf and their incredible mana pool. Ogre does not have the same luck. On the other hand, Ogre does have an incredible HP pool, which is pretty nice in its own way. Plasma Beam. Something that I've never understood is why are golden dragons resistant to electricity? Their scales do not provide that resistance, and they don't have an electricity breath attack, so I don't really understand. I don't really understand why they have that resistance. That's an okay ring. I mean, I'm not gonna use it, or maybe I'm going to put it on. I'm gonna put it on just out of curiosity. It gives me 2 shields, so I'm gonna drop it. Yeah, of course, 2 shield is not as good as to be worth sacrificing for armor class and for intelligence and see invisible. All 3 kind of important things. You didn't know golden dragons has the resistance to electricity? Yeah, like it's not intuitive. Like, why do they have that? It's so weird. You really wouldn't expect them to. Oh, I hate this bolt. Yeah, this bolt is probably one of my least favorite ones. But it's probably because I've gotten it with melee characters a bit too frequently. With my dude with range combat spells, we should be fine. Unfortunately, because I made some noise, I think the safest thing to do is to just leave the level. Still stone arrowing everything. Crystal Spear is at 13% chance to fail. Time to go back to conjurations. I forgot to turn that on. Okay, it took me 9 stone arrows to kill this red draconian. I was counting. That was pretty crazy. I really wish that I didn't have to use a stone arrow so far into the game, but it is like that sometimes. Okay, we have our first trial by fire, the Orb of Fire. We have 18 haste. I think that this is the perfect situation to use one, and then we wait, and then we Crystal Spear, and then we miscast Crystal Spear and get hit for 25. And then we Crystal Spear successfully, big damage. Okay, Crystal Spear number 3 almost kills, irradiates, and there we go, okay. Yep, Crystal Spear was really what I needed. Thank you, Boss Level, for suggesting such a thing. I otherwise wouldn't have gone for it, but really, it was the way to go. It always was the way to go. Why is that a red draconian shifter? At least it's not purple, I suppose. Yeah, red draconians are significantly less horrendous to deal with than purple draconians. Oh no, 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 no. We don't have mana. We have 4 potions of mana now. Like, I'm not gonna play games with this Orb of Fire. Um, do I want a Brilliance? I only have 3. Okay. If I get lucky in the Orb Bolt, in the Sod Bolt, I'm going to get 1 Alarm Trap to take advantage of my 2 potions of Brilliance. That would be the ideal, best possible situation to be in. So I think that I'm gonna use Brilliance to hope that I get lucky. Yellow Contamination, Crystal Spear. Okay, 1 Irradiate and 1 Crystal Spear was enough to kill that guy. I think that's kind of crazy. We just did some insane damage to that Orb of Fire. 4 exclamation signs on Irradiate and 4 on Crystal Spear. Okay, so we have 4 mana, 2 brilliance. Um, please no more please no more orbs of fire. Manual of access. Okay. I don't think these ghosts are real ghosts. They are literally the same, except for the name. Same title, same character, same level, same goth, same weapon of protection. Those are not real people. Those are like game-made ghosts. Um, Real fake ghosts. Yeah. As I always say in real life, authentic imitation ghosts. That definitely looks bad. Oh yeah, that looks like a death trap. And let me guess, I have 6 magic mapping, so... Oh no! Oh, surprising. I was sure that there was gonna be something stupid like the stairs on the other side of that. We are going to exclude that so that I don't accidentally walk in. No matter what's in there, it's not worth it to risk the possibility of getting destroyed by a shifter, just like blinking me into sod trap or something dumb like that. Yep, we don't need to do that kind of thing today. Final level of the game. Yeah. There are no alarm traps. I mean, there's these, and I guess there's also these, but do those count? Can I even see these? That doesn't help me a lot. Um, I guess I'm gonna have to auto-explore over there to see if I can see it. Anyway, let's exclude this and do the rest of SOT 5. Crystal Spear. Oh, typos. I missed with my Crystal Spear, but not in the game sense, in like the way that you would expect one to miss. Pressing keys too quickly. One shot that Storm Dragon. Very nice. How much damage is it dealing, Crystal Spear? 10 dice of 15. Man, that's some damage. That's courtesy of Wild Magic, because I have Wild Magic. So no longer Subdued Magic, now I have Wild Magic, so my damage... I think that Crystal Spear is greatly benefited from having Wild Magic. The Staff of Conjuration as well, yep. Lots of enhancers. We can deal with you guys like nothing. Oh, that's a pretty scary thing that I hadn't even thought about. This room has 2 dispersal traps, 3 dispersal traps. Yeah, okay, that's not good at all. It means that if a Panlord or something spawns here and it has a summon spell, that could be significantly painful. Hmm. Okay, Crystal Spear is great. I am very glad that I can cast Crystal Spear because it is literally carrying my character. How did I go so far without getting Crystal Spear? Like if I get Crystal Spear offered, I should just get it. It is incredible. It would have saved me so many issues in Bolts 5 where I wasn't able to use what was back then my best spell. Um, oh, I forgot. Who needs who needs that? Like who needs Mark? I have one of the loudest spells in the game. Nothing appears to happen. No, let me do it. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. Oh, come on, it's not even making any noise because I don't have any enemies to target. Man, that sucks. Okay, this is what I can do. Yeah, that. Now walk away from the net trap and wait for monsters to get to you. I wonder if reading a scroll of noise would also work. Yeah, I wonder why they're marked as useless when you can use them in SOT 5. Clearly, projected noise needs to come back into the game. In case you're not aware what projected noise is, it's a level 3 hex that used to be in very old versions of the game that made noise. It literally made what it literally did what it says on the label. Projects noise. So when you cast the spell, the game showed you the map like this, and then it told you to target a spot, and that spot produced noise. Um, that's literally all that it did. So monsters were attracted to the noise. Um, you could clear cigarettes using projected noise. You used to continually target tiles barely outside of the line of sight of the monsters. Um, and like you went in the opposite direction, and the monsters went and chased the noise, and you just went and grabbed the loot, as much loot as possible, and then you just went to the next floor. I saw someone do a cigarette like that when I was a new player at Crawl back in the day, and then that spell got removed because someone did a cigarette with a level 3 spell without killing any monsters. um, yeah, I would love to have that spell right now. So to do the opposite, funnily enough, I want monsters to be close to me. Mm, yep, big noise. Come over here, monsters. Come out to play. Okay, brilliance. I got another one at some point. Cool. I think that we can also use resistance and haste. You can use the scrolls of noise in the same way. In the same way that I just described projected noise, you can't. The reason why is because projected noise let you do that on the whole map. Like like say I want to target this spot and this spot makes a very loud noise, um, instead of the spot where I am right now. That was the attractive of projected noise compared to scroll of noise. For my current needs, Scroll of Noise does do the job, um, but that's about it. Okay, jump onto the alarm trap, and then get out of the alarm trap. If I get netted again, that would be bad. Okay. Okay, I just don't want to get hit by the blinks as well. Okay, we're fine. Now I'm gonna try to charm you. Okay, that's great. I'm gonna haste. You feel unable to drink. Well, it's a good thing that I got in all my buffs before I got that debuff. Considering that I lost 100 HP and I'm still not ready to begin fighting even, it might be in my best interest to use one of my plentiful Scrolls of Blinking to reposition. I don't want to leave. I want to continue fighting for sure. I think that we can even quiver Crystal Spear because it's pretty much all that I am going to do. If I had not gotten. Oh, by the way, what's up with this guy's HP? Man, must have been a low 3 exclamation marks, so probably around 30, 40 damage or so, and a low 4 exclamation marks, so around 70 something. Makes sense that this guy would survive that at almost that. Okay, I got frail. Not that it does a lot because I'm an ogre anyway. Shoutitis. Okay, dwarves are far down. I stat rot too. That's fine. Whenever the screen starts to get too full, I can always just cast Ignition and start killing things. I'm just abstaining from ignitioning too much because it doesn't do anything to the Orbs of Fire, obviously. What's your chance to destroy me? 3%. Okay. It really, really shouldn't happen. But you never know with this game. Earlier today I got hit by a 3% chance. Oh no, a 4% chance to agony. So yeah. Oh, I got weakness to fire. It's fine because I'm no longer fighting an orb of fire, but whatever. Um, yeah, not a lot of characters can fight 4 orbs of fire at the same time while having lost 2/3 of their HP and still come out ahead. Um, yeah, Ogre spellcaster. By the way, during that fight, I gained enough experience that I went from 9% chance to miscast Crystal Spear to 6% chance to miscast Crystal Spear. And I wouldn't be surprised if I got 5% after killing this guy. Sweet. Just Crystal Spear dispenser. I told you, alarm traps are really good in this place, like as a thing that you use. Um, okay, I got back my HP, and now I have 323 HP. That's 27 fighting, experience level 27, Ogre with no robust or frailness. If I cast these, I have 419 HP in statue form with 40 armor class. Good luck killing me. I think it would be funny if your player ghost retained the HP. I think it retains the resistances and the armor class, but I don't think it retains the HP. Imagine if it did, it would be wonderful. Okay, pretty good random blink. I did it because I figured that there was a chance for that to happen, and I won my die roll pretty much. I lost something. I lost 2 armor class. Why did I lose 2 armor class? No idea. Did I have 2 armor class from a mutation or something? Because I was at 20 armor class, wasn't I? Not like it matters anyway. This game I got just enough enchant armor to enchant the cloak and the troller armor. I got 6 in the whole game. You know, perfectly fine. That's all I need. Now, what do we forget? Scorch. Crystal Spears at 3%. Pretty nice. It has 10 dice of 14. I think I lost. I know what happened. I think I know what happened. I drank and got rid of the wild magic. I think that's probably what happened, and why it's now at 3%. Yep, come back when I have mana. Wonder if it's the same or Guardian. Wow, I think I missed 3 Crystal Spears. Oh no, I missed 2 and I got a miscast. That's nasty. So yeah, at this point it really doesn't matter too much. I can just use whatever consumables I feel like using because we're about to end the game. There we go. Okay, let's go pick up that thing. Let's see if... No, this time nothing else generated here in this vault that I could carry as the wonderful artifact of Sod. We only get to get out the... we only get to bring out the lame Orb of Sod, the MacGuffin. You know, it's not my kind of stream, But I bet that someone else who is into the kind of thing that I'm about to describe would probably enjoy doing this. What if you like depending on your character, you invent some lore for what the Orb of Sod does? You know, that's something that I was thinking about because of the thing that we were talking about the other day when I picked up the Orb. Um, like how the description for the Orb of Sod doesn't say anything other than get this to win the game. Um, I think it would be even an interesting thing um, for the game to have, like depending on background and goth, the Orb of Sod has different significance. I think that would be cool. By the way, I saw Panlord, but I didn't see what it has. Oh, oh no, oh no! Look at this guy. It's like made to kill Orb-wrong characters. Crystal Spear, Firestorm, Haste, and Paralyze. The Paralyze fortunately only has a 2% chance to happen, but still, like, boy, that's messed up. We're not fighting that guy. That is, like, literally designed to lock sack and kill you with a paralysis check. Like, if you don't have willpower, that instantly kills you. Um, that's so funny. Crystal Spear, Firestorm, Paralysis, and Haste couldn't have made a more brutal spell set for a Panlord. Well, maybe Damnation and Torment as well. And Blink Close. Imagine that and Blink Close. Dang. Yeah. Normally I do not shy away from fights with Panlords, but sometimes discretion is the better part of valor, is what they say. Yeah, it's done. Okay, I hope that you enjoyed the extra long stream. I am ending right around the time where I would have normally ended back in the day when I started streaming at 8 p.m. my time. Uh, Now it is time for me to win this character and end the stream and then sleep and wake up and take a shower and go eat a lot at the buffet and then go at the birthday party of one of my uncles. And then I don't know. We shall see from there. But anyway, I hope that you enjoyed this stream as much as I enjoyed playing this character. Um, Sometimes I don't really enjoy the characters that much, but no, it wasn't really the case with this one. This one I really enjoyed. It had been a while since I had won an ogre. The game was very benevolent to me when it came to gear and loot and spells that I got. I got literally what I wanted from the very beginning of the game, super early, in the form of the acquirement. Like I got a scroll of acquirement that gave me a book with the spell that I started this character to try. Um, and I got to try it for pretty much as early as you can. Like I got it before I had it castable, so the moment that I had it castable, I was using it, and it was nice. It has my seal of approval, but I do have to notate that it is very risky to use it as your main way of killing things, because it just is too loud. Um, but yeah, it was interesting to try it, and it was also interesting because it gave me the idea of using sound or noise rather as a way to balance low level spells, like maybe make them really strong, like stronger than their level should be, but make them really loud. um, yeah, that's definitely a way to balance spells that will otherwise be very powerful. On that regard, I think that Fireball should not be as loud as it is, and Irradiate should probably be very loud. Um, yeah, like Irradiate is something that could use an extra restriction apart from the fact that you cannot really spam it. But anyway, that was enjoyable. I hope that you had fun with the game and the character once again. Very nice brand art Staff of Conjuration. And let me go ahead and do this. And maybe drink a potion of Cirque. No, not yet. Let me see if I can get robustness. No robustness. Okay, I tried my best to get robustness, but in the absence of it, I should probably end transformation, drink brilliance, and then recast a statue form for potentially a little bit more armor class. Yeah, 3 points of extra armor class. Now we drink berserk, and now we win the game. Yeah. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. I used ignite poison once. When I got Clouds of Poison to turn them into Clouds of Fire. I think it's fine. I mean, I always go for the poison package. It's not gonna kill me not to use it once. Um, Stone Ogre just screaming, running out of the dungeon, Lamau. Yep, 400 plus 43 armor class. Ogre. It's great. 400 plus HP, I mean. While berserking, I have 629, by the way. You can get that higher if you cast, like, the highest that it can go is like 1300 HP. You need Robust 3, Dragon Form, and 27 invocations with Ellie, and you use Ellie Divine Vigor because Divine Vigor gives you a ton of HP as well. And then you Berserk, and that's how you get 1300 HP, which of course is a gimmick, but that way you can say that you won a crawl character with 1300 HP. Uh, anyway, that was fun. Now it's time for me to raid the sumo stream. So thank you for everything. See you around. Have a nice rest of your night, and I appreciate your continued support.